This meeting is being recorded.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Richard.
Hey.
Oh, I'm here. I don't know why it's so dark. Let me take this off. There we go. That was brighter this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, did I miss our meeting, or did you just throw one out there for now?
No, I just threw it out for now.
Nice. I was like, I thought it was yesterday, tomorrow. You know, the other direction.
Oh no, it's today.
Mm.
It's now.
No,
It's here and now.
it's always now, isn't it?
That's right. I almost see your pet dog in focus there.
Oh, you can see him?
Almost.
That's my mom's.
It's
That was
kind of fuzzy.
He's. So come here, Reno. Look at the camera.
Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy.
It's my mom's dog.
Oh.
Well, he's my dog now, I guess. Or we're all here together. I don't know what would be the. He just wants my chicken dinner.
Of course, he wants the munchie.
Okay,
you have the settings set up a certain way on your.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Just like get down there.
Somehow.
Oh, wait. Let me see if I can. Maybe that'll help. Turn on some overhead light.
Yeah. The background's still a bit fuzzy.
Hey, I like your haircut, Richie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fuzzed it out because I was watching. I was at an NA meeting or AA meeting, and I thought, I don't know how. Let's see. I didn't want my background to be.
There you go.
Yes,
Now
I didn't want it to be.
Now I see it clear.
See my pipes and stuff later there. See, there's my dinner.
Oh, your pipe.
Ah, shit.
Your paraphernalia.
Yes, my paraphernalia of life. Oh boy, Richard.
Well, this is it.
Huh?
Yeah. This is it. This is an ordinary, everyday awareness. This is it right here. What you sense in the room, what we see around us, seemingly doesn't change. And yet at the same time it does.
Yes, the change, the how would you say that? The changing unchanged, the unchanged change.
Yeah, the changeless change of change.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, I wanted to share this with you. And only because it's you and I feel comfortable I could talk to you about.
Well, yeah.
You know, I mean, I thought about sharing it with other people, but you know, and I know whatever, it's like, you know, in this scheme of life, what's that? Anyways, in the scheme of life, you know, it's another one of just an experience or whatever you want to call it, just something that appeared, you know, in my life or this life.
Uh-huh.
And anyways, I was standing, and which is interesting. I mean, not so much interesting that I was standing. I was listening to some non-dualist, and I don't remember exactly who it was. But as I was standing there, I don't know how to explain it to you, but I'll just do my best. Because, you know, as I remembered it, it's not exactly how it felt at the time. But I was standing there, and I don't remember what it was happening or what I was thinking about or what exactly. But all of a sudden, it was like this explosion that happened in my, for lack of a better perspective, mind, even though it didn't feel like it was my mind, because when it exploded, it felt like I was like, well, I don't know where exactly I was, but I seen it in an interesting way because I don't know. It was just, I can't really remember if it was like this or like that, but it was like an explosion. And I just remember like, it was almost like a purple gas and it kind of felt like it went, like if I was to like draw a drawing, let's say,
Yeah.
I'd say that it was like a, okay, for lack of a better word, because the only thing I know is a nuclear explosion. It's like, it felt like a mushroom thing, but then it went out forever. For what I think what I was trying to contemplate is, I actually felt like a fractal. I don't know if that can make any sense. I felt like a fractal for a moment of the whole universe, and it just like, and what's weird about that is, I've had strange ideas and thoughts, but when that happened, I actually lost my balance. Isn't that weird? I was like, whoa.
Those are the facts. Yeah.
That was just an interesting trip, I guess, but I mean, it didn't mean anything. There's no meaning to it. It was just, I was just like, wow. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah, it was an observance.
There was no God saying, William, you've arrived. So, but it was very interesting. I've never had that experience before.
That's the phenomenon. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with some other living being.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Yeah. I think phenomena like that can happen sometimes. You really don't know what it is, where it comes from.
No.
But it seems to be arising along with everything else.
You can open the door. Oh, I guess you can't. I locked it. My subconscious locked the door. There. What do you want? You're not getting your phone. You can take that.
Trade you anything.
No, you can't trade me because you already lost it. Okay.
Can I pick? Can I swap in?
Not now. You have to suffer the consequences.
Oh, suffer the consequences.
Well,
that's a good one.
I hate to do it, but I don't know. That's the story that I have being played out to me right now. So there it is. I don't like it, but I'm just here for the ride, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, man. That's like, I don't know. Shut up. This is bad. These little leg dogs are no good. Come on. Okay, get out. Go find the food. It's out there somewhere. Ah, that was a good one. Well, the food's out there. They're all gone. Shit. Yeah.
Well, there we have it right there. I mean, we may react what's going on, what's happening in our immediate room or where we think we are, but the story's continuing. It's a story of our life. I wouldn't say that. I once used to say that, our life, but I would simply say it's life.
Yeah.
It's just life arising, and and we're going along with it. When I say
and however it expresses itself, right? However life chooses to express itself. A volcano erupting, a tsunami, a blessing, so to speak. I mean, we think it's a blessing, whatever.
Yeah.
How life's expressing itself, right? I mean.
Yeah, but there's the weather. There's weather, local places, local areas. The atmosphere, things like that we can study scientifically.
Yeah.
And yet
science is wonderful.
Yeah, that's the best we can do based on observation.
What else are we gonna do anyway?
But observe.
Sit around and watch the whole story unfold, I guess.
That's right. The unfoldment of the story. That is what's going on every single day, every minute, every hour, every day.
I dreamt about my mother yesterday.
Yeah. Really?
It was funny. She showed up and asked me. She came to whatever kind of function I was having, and she showed up looking just like my mom used to in her Levi jacket, and her hair was sort of, her normal way. She goes, "Is $197 going to be enough, son?" I said, "That'll be fine, mother." I don't know. I just enjoyed seeing her. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I know it wasn't her, It's like, I mean, as much as anything is, I guess.
What if it's like that though? What if after we leave this world, and when I say we leave it, we don't really leave this world, I would say, but it may appear as though we're leaving the world. But whatever awaits us on the other side, and when I say on the other side of this dream, may actually be memories. What if it's memories? And then we
That'd be
repeat them.
interesting.
Don't know.
I used to think that, Richard, that when we died, we took the good that we remembered of like this situation. I think it's a good, a good conversation. If I died and went to wherever, I mean, I don't know if I believe that is necessarily now, but I did believe that, that was a very possible scenario, that we did, take those memories on with us and to the Father, back to the Godhead, however you want to call it, the source, the origination, the Big Bang beginning. I don't know. Whatever it is, man.
It could be.
If it is at all.
Or if we just continue, or if we just continue in some other way.
You want to know, I don't know if it was us talking about it or if it was just a conversation that was happening, but the idea that I think it was us, the idea that we don't have control over our thoughts. Yeah, that was us. We were talking about that. It's like, if a thought arises, I didn't control a thought just appearing in my head. I could prove that because there's many thoughts I have that go, why the fuck would you think that? I mean, I was like, why would you do that to me?
Yeah, but the reviewing what was said. Yeah, the contra self, the self does that all the time. But if you catch yourself doing that as though it's a doing, then you recognize it's not even necessary to go over and review what was stated, what was said. It doesn't really matter. I mean, whatever you say, whatever you state, that was applicable to the time, to the moment that you had in time. And when I say having a moment,
I know what you mean.
We apparently appear to have moments, though.
It does, huh?
We apparently appear to have moments. Now, I say having moments because we rely so heavily on time.
Yes.
Yeah. And time really isn't relevant, yet it still applies because of the dream. The dream of Maya. The dream of Maya seems to operate on time. And since it operates on time, since it operates on time, then we go based on language that that relates to time, that speaks of time, moments in the now, and also in places, coordinates, space and time, here and there. I'm here, you're there. Your there is your here, my there is my here.
You want to know? Yeah. Richard, I didn't know until I heard somebody say namaste, right? I was watching one of these guys speakers, and I was just like, I was like, why is he saying that? I don't even know what it means. It's so stupid, right? And then so I was like, this is what my head's saying to myself, right? And I was like, I asked my Alexa, I was like, Alexa, what does namaste mean?
Yeah.
And she tells me, oh, she might even have heard me. She told me that, it's I can't remember, it's greetings, or I bow to the divine spark in you. And I thought, well, that's freaking lovely. And and then I heard someone else say that we will never see that basically we can't see I don't know if I'm saying this right, but this is what I remember, is that we can't see the God in us, but we can see it in other people. So I thought, well,
Yeah.
that's a very interesting way of saying, I bow to your God because I can never see my God. I can't bow to my God or me, which,
Yeah.
we're all godlings or Godhead. I don't know, God
I
cells.
mean, even
What?
even the Avatar, even Christ said, he said, know ye not that ye are little gods?
Yeah, and that keeps coming up too. And it's like, I was watching the Alan Watts guy, and he was saying that, in Christianity, that's part of the problem, is because when we think like that, well, then that, he goes, you immediately, or not you immediately, but people often go, well, then I'm Jesus, right? Because you're saying that, and it's like, and how it's like that, the understanding of that isn't the same as in like Eastern cultures. If you were to say that, they'd be like, oh yeah, Dharma or Burma. I can't remember, Maya or something. I'm
Yeah.
still taking that in, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Maya's the dream.
Yeah. And then
Dharma,
Burma, is it
Dharma
Burma or
is the world.
Dharma?
Dharma. Dharma's the
Dharma,
world.
that would be God, right?
That's no, that's the world. That's the setting. The setting of this dream.
Oh, the setting.
The setting, the setup. Yeah.
Okay.
The way it looks, appears. It apparently appears a certain way. That's the Dharma.
Okay.
Yeah. Maya is
See,
the dream that operates and creates, seemingly creates the dream. But the dream apparently appears as it appears, but for no one.
everyone.
This world, this dream is appearing for nobody, for no reason, meaning, and purpose.
It is.
And that's amazing in itself.
Taking so much information. Sometimes I wonder if I'm obsessing on, if I obsess, just by my nature, because it's like I want to take in more information. Then I get sick of it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, I'm tired of hearing the same message over and over again. And it's
But
like,
then you ask yourself, who is getting sick of what?
yeah.
When you start questioning like that, then you free yourself, then you're liberated from that self that's conjuring that. So yourself is trying to conjure up ideas and thinking in terms of, well, this thought is this way and that thought is that way. When we stop contemplating our thoughts and recognize that I'm not that's trying to define my thoughts or trying to understand what these thoughts are about, they're just simply thoughts. And then once we recognize they're just thoughts, then the liberation, then the falling away, then the collapse continues. There's always going to be a collapse, though. The
Really?
collapse always constantly collapsing. But because there's
Another
no
3
floor.
floors.
There's no floor. No, there's no floor. You hit a floor, and there's the next one, and then there's another floor. There's no floor. There's no bottom. It's a bottomless pit.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a free fall.
Yeah.
It's a free fall. It really is. And
That's so funny.
if that's the case, then anything's possible. Not only is anything possible, everything's possible.
That's the amazing part. That's what I think's interesting about that in quantum mechanics, is that similarity between that idea and the quantum mechanics is the anything's possible, and you don't know until it's there, basically, or present, I guess, at that moment. Until then, it's all anything.
Yeah, but just step back and look and notice what a moment is. A moment in time.
Moment? Huh?
Yeah, what is a moment? What is a moment in time? It really is.
If I had to describe it, I'd say it's something the brain puts in a box and labels it. It says that's a moment. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah, you're saying, well, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm now, here and now. I'm here in the now. I'm placing myself, see, when we say myself, then there's the self all over again. And then it's trying to reconstitute. The self is trying to come back and say, yeah, I'm here. Here I am. This is me.
Yeah.
But
You think that's an ongoing issue with the, I mean, you know, like, I don't mean to try and compare people because, you know, whatever, probably is dumb, but I'm going to do it anyway.
no, that's okay. If you're
Somebody like Paul or, frick, I forgot
Jim
his
Newman?
name now. The
Jim
Newman, all those people. Who's the big
Andreas?
big guy? Huh?
Andreas,
Oh, him.
Germany?
Oh gosh, I don't want to
There's,
call him old.
yeah.
The young one. Oh God, even got a Petersons? No, not Emerson. Oh heck, it don't matter. I don't even think it matters anymore. So.
Well, that's okay. There's certain top performers, so to speak. There's Tony Parsons.
Tony Parsons.
He's considered the
guy.
godfather.
The Godfather, yes.
Of
Do you think
non-duality.
I mean, that'd be something I'd like to know. I don't know if he'd actually answer it, but or he might just say, yeah, that's it. Bye. Do you think he still has the falling away? I mean, you think he's like, because I guess you could say there's part of me that thinks, you know, but then I heard Paul say that, you know, we don't all stay in the sunset all the time. So I took that to mean, you know, like glimpses or, you know, you can't be in the spirit all the time because you just can't, or at least, but, you know, I don't know. That's why I'm saying it. Do these people walk around in like a
non-duality haze? No. They're walking around saying, "There's no me. I'm not around.
Oh shit!
I'm not a me.
Yes, right. It's like, who you talking to? It ain't me.
Not me.
Nobody's talking, so keep moving.
Don't look at me. I didn't do it. No. So,
Yeah.
but
I don't know, man.
No, Tony Parsons has admitted. He's even said. He said there was a Tony
tries
Parsons.
to come back.
He said there was a Tony Parsons walking in the park one day, and then something just happened. Something clicked. It just occurred to him. He looked around. He said, "Wait a minute, this just walking in the park."
See, that's the part I don't get.
Then he no longer associated himself as Tony.
Yeah, I don't get that.
In other words, he didn't recognize that this is his body. This is my body. This is where I am. I'm here. All of that position and that constriction, that feeling of being an individual, of being a person, that all fell away.
Yeah.
And that's what he meant. That's what he meant by that. He said, Tony Parsons and his story, yeah, that story could be told, but everybody has a story. See, when you say everybody has a story, that everybody, it's a body mind, it has a name, has a birth certificate, that's all that is. But see, when I break it down this way, then it can be recognized in terms of what non-duality, how non-duality applies to absolutely everybody and everything. Whereby you have a name that you're given, and that birth certificate is that certificate of authentication, of authenticity. So how can I prove that I'm an individual? How can I prove I'm a person? Well, I have my documents here. Here's my document. Here's my driver's license. This is me. This is who I am. There's my picture on it.
Yeah.
You see, there's all the ownership. That's what the self-conjured self does. It claims ownership of things, of items in the world. It's still a dream, but it still takes that dream and takes things out of the dream, and it always stays busy that way. It looks around Maya, and it sees the Dharma, it sees the Maya, and then it sees things in the Maya. It sees objects, single objects of things. Then it labels them. They're all intertwined. It's all coalesced. It's all together. But the self-conjured self doesn't look at it that way. It doesn't appear that way to them. The way it appears to them is that there's individual things and I can grasp, I can hold different things and items and stuff like that. And when you think that way, then you're kind of, in a sense, kind of locked in to the dream, locked into Maya. You never really get that sense of liberation. So that sense of liberation is no longer identifying. It's very, very easy and simplistic to acknowledge what this message is about. It's no longer admitting and saying that I'm a me. Here's my name. Here's my birth certificate. I'm here. No, you're not here. You're really everywhere. So here is really everywhere.
Yeah.
And everywhere is everything. Everything
Yeah.
is everywhere.
I'm afraid my head might explode. Don't do that too much. Are those words starting to creep back? It's like I think that I don't want it. Yeah. Yeah. That's it, man. That's the fractal. I swear.
So yeah, everything. So this is infinity appearing finite.
Yeah. And I heard something that because the infinite is infinite, it couldn't appear any other way. And I thought, what?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting
For the
and
infinite
plausible.
to appear. Yeah. How can we
Yeah.
see that which is not knowable?
Yeah.
Well, what is not knowable? The infinite. The infinite is beyond knowing.
Yeah.
It's beyond all knowledge. So if that's the case, what is observable? What can we admit to seeing? Finiteness, things that are appearing finitely, that are appearing in space and time. Okay, so things are appearing in space and time. Well, we seemingly need to reckon with them. So how do we reckon with it? Well, yeah, daily living, daily life. We get up in the morning, we get up from a bed, we move, we walk from one room to the next, from the bedroom to the bathroom, and then we wash our face, or
To the kitchen.
yeah, then we put on our clothes for the day or whatever, and then we go on about our day. See, there it is. We go on about our day. Our day going to be filled with all kinds of activities. See, so then we plan for the day. So I plan to be having lunch around 12 noon. So all those things that we do habitually because we're habitual offenders. In a sense, the subconscious self is a habitual offender. Now, what that means is by habit. It operates, it functions, and lives by habits that it's formed. And it formed them. It didn't always have habits. It developed them through the years. So this development that's going on, if we just notice that, notice how we have somehow come about and developed a personality that we have. We have this personality that developed, and then we hold on to that, and then we refine it. We refine this personality, and that becomes who we are. Now, the development of the personality, is that who we are? Does that encapsulate who we are? In a sense, it does. But it's a temporary character. Once the temporal in time, temporariness is recognized, then it could go beyond that. And it does. It goes beyond the now, beyond space and time. Because that's what we are. We're beyond space and time. We're boundless. We're timeless. We're energy. Now you hear that word a lot being used, energy.
Yeah.
It's an energetic movement.
That's why the spark, when it talks about the divine spark, I was like, that connects to me. You know, I think energy, vibrations, all those things have a commonality, you know?
Yeah, but that's not even the me.
Huh?
The me is comprised of that sense of a separate self. That's the me. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're referring to energy that has no end. It's ungraspable. It's almost like smoke or in a gaseous state, almost like that, but without hands or arms or appendages.
Hmm.
These appendages of this body, that's part of the me. That's part of the I think, therefore I am. No, that's the way the philosophy used to be.
I
The
remember that.
philosophy of the world, of all life, for people, for a
What's wrong with
person.
you? Why are you crying? What?
So,
Hmm?
so the appearance of the body and the appearance of the mind, the body, that's just what it is. But that's not you. But when you start thinking, continue to think in terms of I am me, this is my body, I'm here, and that's when you're still reckoning with a self-conjured self. The self-conjured self continues to conjure up ideas about itself. It's to,
Yes.
by, for, from, about, with, all those pronouns you can think of. That's what the self-conjured self is. It has to do with everything that supports an individual, supports a me. And it's going to help you. That's what all these self-improvement books are all about. That's why they sell so well, because everybody is trying to improve themselves. What are they trying to improve, and why are they trying to improve? Well, they think that that the body needs improvement, constant management. Oh yeah, we can manage the body. We do. We manage it anyway, but it doesn't need to be personal. See, everybody. If everybody continues to take things personally, then the reinforcement of the self-conscious self is reinforced even that much further. That's how the reinforcement of a self-conscious self is. It's based on that which needs self-management. The self-management is easily done and conveyed and meted out by the individual, by the self. So whatever thoughts that you entertaining the thoughts, those thoughts, you think that that's part of you. You think, well, my brain, my mind held a thought, and when I was holding on to that thought was mine. And since that thought is mine, that's my original thought. And so I better patent it before somebody else steals that thought. So you see, that's the way that the individual lives. It lives in terms of ownership, of owning thoughts. How can a person own a thought? Nobody really thinks about things that way. They don't really consider the ideas and the thoughts that are going on in the mind. Now, I say the mind. Most people would simply say my mind, but you'll find yourself not speaking that way anymore. Once it's recognized that it's just a mind, but it's not mine, that's when the falling away and the collapse continues. When you recognize that, hey, that's just a mind, it's not mine. This feeling of being in a body, the constriction, the feeling of being, that too is part of the self-conscious self. It's still operating that way. But see, that's the conundrum. That's the paradox. It goes on being that way, but the self no longer takes itself personally. It no longer takes life personally. And it recognizes that all experiences are impersonal ones. All experiences in life are impersonal ones. And once it recognizes that, then it's free. It's free, it's liberated. It no longer has to be any certain way. It doesn't have to try to continue to manage and appear in a specific way. It just apparently appears however it's going to appear. And yet,
Getting drawn back in.
yeah, and yet it just, there's meaning and being. See, the meaning is that self-conjured idea of supporting a self. That's the meaning. The being is recognizing that that person that's appearing in mirrors, visibly observable in mirrors. I can see my face. See, let's say I can see my face. This is my face. These are my eyes. These are my hands. But when you drop all of that and just look at the image and say that's just an image of a body, of a face, of a mind, then it begins to make more sense when you're catching on to how non-duality works. That's non-separation. Non-duality is not separation. It's not two. So there's the image, and then the image in the mirror. There's one right here, and there's two right there in the mirror. It's not two. So we're not that image that's appearing. It's just apparently appearing. The image in the mirror apparently appears. It's reflecting back upon itself. It's reflecting back upon itself. In other words, the mirror image is just appearing because there's a glass surface and it can be seen. And you can't really project all of yourself into that mirror and say, okay, I'm no longer here. I'm there now in that mirror. That never happens. Notice that never really happens. So if that doesn't happen, then there is no separation. There's a very basic, in a sense, it's sort of considered like a teaching, really. It's not a teaching, but that's how it could be construed, though. That could be construed as a teaching, but it's not. This is why non-duality speakers always say, I'm not a teacher. But the interviewer is going to call him a teacher anyway. Oh, here's a non-dual speaker today, and this speaker is teaching. He's gonna use the word teaching.
Message.
Yeah.
Path.
But if you
Well,
catch it,
where did you find this path?
yeah. How did it all start? How did it all begin for you? Well, once upon a time, see, that's a story. Yeah.
Yes.
Once upon a time, there was a boy named Richard, and he was born a certain day, and there's a birth certificate, and that was the beginning.
Here's my
He's
born.
Yeah, this is my certificate of authenticity. This is it. Right
Yeah,
here.
I like that.
That's me. Okay, and then my driver's license. I have a driver's license. See, those documents of identification, people hold on to those for dear life, so to speak, because that's what helps them, in a sense, feel comfortable. Everybody wants to feel comfortable. Sure they do.
Yeah.
But how do you feel comfortable? Well, I feel comfortable by stating statements like that. Makes me feel good. See, makes me feel good. So it's stirring up feelings of personality, of personableness of an individual, of a person. And so everything that supports that is all that person's going to be about. Yeah, let me tell you about my story. Here's my autobiography, and there it goes. Goes off like that. Goes off in an autobiography. But that's all that those are. Autobiographies are simply stories that are explaining about that individual. that individual with that name and has a certain type of life. And so that's the story for that person, for that individual. And that's all that that is. But when he recognized that I'm not that, when the individual recognizes that it's not an individual, never was, then that sense of the message hits. It hits a place that's not really a place, but it's a sensibility. It's sort of like a kind of a feeling that comes over you. When I say comes over you, it's a feeling that comes over the body. Yeah, a feeling that comes over the body, and it creates a sense of a personal nature, but not so much personal in the sense that, okay, this has to do with Richard, has to do with me. No, when it no longer has to do with you, then you recognize that, well, that's part of the story then. So anything that is attributed to the self, to the individual, to the person, that's more of the story. So if we could just simply do that, simply take anything that has to do with the body and the mind of the person that you were self-identifying with, just call that a story, because that's all that is. This is a story about a me, about an individual. See, then that kind of keeps it in perspective as you go along your day, or as you go about the day.
I did
You
remember when I first started to take that in, that, you know, that
Recognize.
everybody, these are all stories, you know, going around. I took things less
That's
personal. It's
That's
like,
right.
oh, you're not really acting that way. That's just your story. That's how your
that's the
energy's
nature.
choosing to express in you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the nature of that particular
Yeah.
body mind.
Yeah.
The
So
body mind complex, the body mind that you see in mirrors. So I'm looking in the mirror and I see that body mind. That's what that is. And that's how I'm recognizing. So you're not really separating yourself from that.
no.
You just notice that well, that's part of what I considered myself to be, but I'm not really that. I'm temporary, a representation of that body mind. So
Well,
when
no,
you recognize, yeah,
I hear that. I feel like I know that, but I
yeah,
don't feel. That sounds funny. A
feel
lot
it.
of feeling there.
If you don't feel it yet, that's okay. That comes in.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, I know this
yeah,
is a body. I
yeah.
know, like, there's a part of me, because I've had experiences that I'm like, you know, I feel like I know this is a body, and there's
But you
something.
don't even have to even know it. See, there's where you say, I know this is my
Yeah.
body. You can even drop that too. Notice you can say, well, I don't even have to know this for this to be that way. For that to be that way, that doesn't have to be known. Oh, okay, I see now. So if I don't have to know it, then that means I'm not it. If I don't know it, then I'm not being it. See, beingness and knowing used to go hand in hand, but they're really kind of cousins to each other. Being and knowing. Knowing is taking an idea and personalizing it and attaching it to that self.
Hmm.
That's a knowing. Knowledge. What is knowledge and gaining knowledge? A knowledge base. A knowledge base supports a story. That's all a knowledge does. Knowledge just supports stories. But when you drop all the knowing, then the personalizing of that story is no longer present. It's no longer there. It's only attributed to the story. So if I know about my story, see there, if I know about my story, then the story is known. See, the story is known because I know about my story. So if you know about your story, the story is known. That's more of the me proclaiming. It's making proclamations when it does that. It's proclaiming that I am me, I'm a self, I'm an individual. See, then it goes back into the meanness, the mean. Oh, there's the being. You're always being. Every one of us is always being. But if we're mean, then that we're individualizing, we're personalizing then. And then we're admitting in a sense that we are the narrator. But it's just a narrator. So if you're the narrator of your own story, see? Okay, well, let's break that down. There is a narrator of a story. Okay, there's the apparent appearance of a narrator. Now that's getting more specific now. Yes, there's the narrator of a story. And that story is about that person of that birth certificate of that name and everything that goes along with that. So that's how you put it into perspective. You recognize that, and when you hold on to that, you recognize that you don't even have to hold on to it anymore. It becomes second nature. It becomes a natural way of being. So if it's a natural way of being, then it continues to fall away, and then you recognize that everything is spacious, is endless, is timeless, is boundless, and then that recognition of how that feels really hits home. You really get a sense of almost grandeur. It's a sense of nonstop awareness and consciousness that has no end. It has no beginning and it has no end. It expands. It's expansiveness. It's spaciousness.
Yeah.
And that is what we are. We're that has to do with spaciousness, timelessness, boundless, no parameters.
Wow.
There's no edges, there's no seams, it's seamless. No beginning and no end. Just always, always. And that's one of the best ways that.
You know something funny? Because there was like, I'd say there was a little bit of understanding, and all of a sudden this big old box.
In.
This is
it.
Put it in the back.
Comes back. Yeah. It tries to say, no, wait a minute. It's not like that. It's like this. Try to entertain this idea. But those are thoughts that are continuing to go by the mind.
Yeah.
But just recognize those aren't your thoughts. They're just thoughts. They're not yours. You don't really own them. They're just apparently appearing.
They're passing
in
by.
The mind, in the consciousness, in the awareness. Yeah. They're just apparently appearing. And just let them go by like clouds. Now think of the sky. The sky that you see in the blue, the tint of blue in the sky. And I'll just say in terms of the atmosphere. The sky and the atmosphere could be a way of using an explanation to speak of the mind. The mind is like the sky. Clouds that are going by are like thoughts. Thoughts are like the clouds going by in the sky. Now, is that going to break off a piece of sky if the cloud goes by? No. Or if a plane or if anything flies within it? No. The sky is never affected. So notice that. The sky is never affected by what goes on in it. But what goes on in the sky not only doesn't affect it, doesn't take a piece of it away, It's just recognized that that's the construct, or that's the apparent appearance of almost like a template. That the sky's like a template for the clouds to go by in a sense. And a screen, a movie screen that appears. There's so many thousands of movies that have been appearing on the screen, but the screen's never been affected by the movies presented on it. It's just imagery appearing on the screen. So in a sense, that's what it is. In a sense, that's what's happening, apparently appearing to happen, whenever there's a body mind entertaining a thought or idea. Just think in terms of the mind like a blank screen. And whatever appears on that screen are movies being presented. Just pictures and images of anything. And then it just goes by. And let them go by. You don't have to capture and hold on to them and say, well, here's a thought. I'm going to entertain that thought, and then expand on that thought. That doesn't even have to be done anymore. You can recognize a thought that's going by, and you can entertain it, but you can also let it go. But those people that personalize the thoughts and say that they're their thoughts, their own, those people will always have the toughest time understanding what non-duality is about. The reason why they'll have the toughest time doing that because they don't understand how to recognize that you're separating now. You're separating, you're taking one and making it two. And then you're taking two, making it three, and then on in that way. But that doesn't need to be separated like that because it's all one and the same. It's all part of it, part of another part. And these parts, these compartmental thoughts, and thinking in terms of, well, there's these different parts of this thought, this idea that I have. No, you don't have that thought. It's just a thought. So that, see, it's this speech. It's in the way that we speak. And the way that we're speaking has been habitually meted out. It's been uttered this way. So once we break down all the speech and break down everything, every single thing, and we dissect it, then we recognize what's really going on there. What's happening? What is really happening? What's going on when these thoughts and ideas are entertained? Well, this is what is said, is being stated here and now. Here and now, I'm referring to thoughts and ideas that are entertained, and that's all that they are. They're not my thoughts, they're not your thoughts, they're not anybody's thoughts. They're just simply thoughts. And if they're simply thoughts like clouds in the sky, let them go by. They don't have to be identified as though, well, that kind of looks like a rabbit, kind of looks like a bunny, kind of looks, here's that cloud looks like a elephant, or see, by looking upon and gazing upon the cloud in the sky, and then you're going to label that thought. You're labeling it by giving it a name, or seeing form, seeing some type of a form in it, in the cloud. That's the way that the subconscious self creates
Separation.
ideas that are personalized. It creates the idea that thought is mine. Okay, that thought that I see as a bunny rabbit, that's my thought. That's the way I perceive what I'm looking at, what I'm gazing upon.
Yeah.
But see, when you're saying that you're gazing upon that, that's not really what's happening there. In other words, that's just a body mind seeing a thought and identifying it that way. But that's not you doing that. So you see how close this really is. Notice how close in relationship to the self that nearly everything that's entertained is that way. It's so close to personalizing the personal and the impersonal. It's so very closely related. But that's all that's happening there. That's a thought that's personalized. And when it's personalized, that's the individual. And when that's the individual, that's then that's the self-identification of the self. And the self says, well, there's my birth certificate, and that's me. And see, and then it goes on and on like that. But you can't really continue to mingle them together that way. You can't continue to mingle and say, well, I'm having a personal idea, but it's also impersonal. So I could personalize that thought by thinking in terms of, well, that thought is my thought because I thought about it. Well, you didn't really think about it. It was just a thought that was entertained. When you entertained the thought, that's all that was doing. That's all that body mind was doing, was entertaining the thought. That's not you doing that. So you see, notice how close that appears to be, and it's that subtle. It's so very subtle, that awareness, that consciousness, that the way of thinking. There's so many ways to think of a thought.
Think of a
But
thought.
once that thought is personalized, then it becomes your thought. And then it's my thought. But it's not really your thought. It's not really that way. It just apparently appears to be like that. It's seemingly that way.
I like seemingly.
Seemingly.
Yes.
So
They've been
that's
saying,
seemingly.
they've been saying, because everyone keeps apparent. Everybody says apparent. You know, it's apparent. It's like, I was like, man, that's getting old. We got to find a new word.
Yeah. Yeah, Andreas, he
I like
uses
that. It's seemingly that way.
It's seemingly so, yeah. But it's only
It's the same
apparently
thing.
appearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's seemingly so. It's only apparently appearing. It's temporally temporary. Yeah, that's what it means.
You know, it's so funny.
temporary. Yeah.
What's so funny is like, you know, when sometimes I'll hear like the beginning of some of these non-dual meetings, it's like everything is said in like the first, I don't know, minute or two, really.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
The monologue, so to speak.
Yeah. And it's like, and then it's like, it's like, yeah, that's a really hard sell. Yeah. You know, but you know, we keep coming back for it. You know, I don't know about we, but you know, you know, and then I like the common goal or mindset that everyone is in, you know, that's non-dualist. I like that. I guess mindset would be the right word. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah.
You're not being loud. I'm not worried about any of that, Ramon. You just have to suffer without your phone. That's the consequence. I told you what happened. You did it anyway. Right? I'm sorry.
He's gonna keep trying.
I know. It's very persistent.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a funny thing, you know. The phone is really part of teenagers these days. I mean, that phone.
Well, he's cutting classes, and I told him, you're going to cut classes. I'm going to take your phone. He cut classes 2 days in a row.
Oh.
I got to do what I said. So
Yeah.
now he's got to do what he's supposed to do. Please. It's like, I
Yeah.
know. And it really,
Yeah.
you know, I'm the grandpa, so it's like, oh, you know, there's part of me, oh. Then the other part's like, fuck it, I'm pissed off about everything, so fuck you all.
Yeah, you notice
And
you start.
I'm not really. I'm
Yeah.
not. I
Uh-huh.
mean, I would say if anything, there's this feeling of unhappiness because it's not what I wanted, you know, but whatever. I mean, not that because I wanted more for my grandchildren, you know, but who am I? I'm not the narrator of their stories, you know. I feel like I failed. Like I told them, I said, I feel like I failed because everybody's smoking pot, man. You know, and I don't and I don't know what to do. It's like, fuck, man, what am I, you know? Just really, I just feel like I failed. I know, you know, and then of course I internalize it that, well, you smoke pot. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, I remember this commercial that says, is your kid's first cigarettes laying on the table, right? It's a pack of
Yeah.
cigarettes. Like, yeah, my first cigarette was my parents' cigarettes, you know, when I smoked back when I smoked
Yeah.
cigarettes. And
Uh-huh.
so, you know, I take that on myself and they're like, oh, you know, everybody's responsible for their own life and make their own decisions. That's true. But, you know, in the same way, it's like, you know, you're talking about stuff and I was like internalizing the fact that, you know, when you're little, so you're being bad. You did this.
Yeah.
You internalize
Right.
all that through your whole life. I'm
That's
bad.
right.
I did this. Oh, I was thinking this and I did this. Now I did something wrong. So I thought wrong. I behaved wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and all
I
these
know.
I's start getting
That's personalizing.
pushed into
Yeah.
you as a child, you know?
Right. And you
And
think
now
you're
it's
that.
like, huh?
Then you begin to believe that. You start
Yeah.
believing that you're that
Yeah. And it's like, and then, you
when
know,
you
you
really
reach a
aren't.
certain point and you're like, you know, well, at least this this person, I guess. Yeah, I know. Anyways, yeah, here it is. I don't
Exactly.
know.
You're catching
Here
it.
it
See,
is.
you don't even have to be careful that way anymore. You're recognizing it automatically. You're recognizing it right away. And if you catch it, then that's it. There's no turning back. That's that way of thinking continues. And then you begin to contemplate more things and you recognize and you realize, oh, those things my parents used to tell me not to do this, do that. I was none of it. All
Yeah,
of it was just a story. That was all just part of a story that was going on, it was happening. And I was being a certain way. I was
yeah.
being a particular way. What was I being? I was being me. I was being that me that turned out to be that way. Okay, so if I was turning out to be a certain way and that was that me, that's just part of the story. Yeah, okay, so that's part of that story that was going on. But meanwhile, there was a witnesser, there was an observer
Yes.
somewhere back here. When I say back
Mhm.
here, it's not really in vision. I can't really see what or who that is back there, but I know it's some kind of an observer or witnesser
Yeah.
observing everything that's going on out there or out in the world, or what apparently appears to be a world. So that is
Yeah.
a way, in a sense, to recognize what we truly are. We're an energetic movement. The energy's back here, and it's always we can never ever get to that. We can never get there because there is everywhere. It's just an
Mm.
energetic movement. It's not a certain point in space and time. It's part of everywhere. So if it's part of everywhere, that means that it has no parameters. It has no boundaries. It's seamless. That's what we are. So when we recognize that, then everything else is a lot easier to begin to explain. If things need an explanation, this is what we can do. We can explain them in this way. And when they're explained in this way, then it begins to make more sense of what we are. We are comprised of energy. That's what we are. We're timeless. We're boundless. Everything is possible. All things in all ways. Always, always. So if that's the case, then you ever hear that expression, the sky's the limit?
Yes.
That's true. The sky really has no limits, does it? Not necessarily. The sky, in a sense, is limitless. Seems like there's no boundary to it. Seems like there's layers.
When I was a young
Layers
person.
of the atmosphere. Yeah.
When I was a young person.
Yeah. Well, when you were a young person, the story of William when he was young. How's that?
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
At that time, when this body was younger, there's memories of finding out that space had no bottom. That was very, very
profound.
I did not like that. I did not like that. That disrupted.
There to be a bottom.
Yeah.
I wanted there to be a platform.
Yes.
Platform that you can sit upon. Yeah.
And then the idea of limitlessness. It's just, the idea, because can't conceive it really. It's not conceivable.
It's inconceivable.
Not to a box brain.
It's true. It's inconceivable.
Yeah.
That which is unknowable. Okay, since that's the case, let's just stick with what we can temporarily talk about then. If that's the case, we're not even going to be able to touch that. If there's certain thoughts that are unknowable that we'll never be able to talk about and touch, well, we don't have to. Yeah, why bother? You don't have to, really. It's unknowable. It's always going to be unknowable, no matter how hard you try to think about it. If that's the case,
really,
let it go. And that's what we'll do. We'll leave those thoughts alone that cannot be entertained. There's certain thoughts that cannot be entertained. And if that's the case, then they need not be entertained. They're not even worthy of entertaining.
Hang on. I gotta let this creature out. Come on. Oh.
So then one might think of, well, what is a worthy thought? Can a thought be worthy or unworthy? Well, it's neither, really. It's neither worthy or unworthy. It's just a thought.
I'd say that.
And a thought and an idea that can be entertained, entertain it. Take it, entertain it, and then let it go. Catch, release. Yeah, you catch the thought, entertain it for a while, admire it. Oh, this is a pretty fish. Look at how big this fish is. Let's check it out. Oh, it's still breathing. I can take the hook out. Okay, I'm going to throw it back in the water.
Yes.
So it can keep living. Well, that's sort of like a thought. You capture a thought, entertain that for a while, and then let it go. No thoughts have to be. No thoughts have to be personalized, or there is not an original thought of anyone. Nobody has an original thought. Think about that for a minute. Nobody has an original thought of their own, or do they? There's certain phrases that could be attributed and associated with a person, such as "to thine own self be true." Statements like that could be attributed to an individual and a person. They could put their name to it. They could say a phrase, put their name on it, and that's part of the phrase that was attributed to that individual, that person's name is there. Yeah, but that's all that is. Again, that's just like the content of a story. And that's all that this is about, really. All that's going on every day, day in and day out, is content. Because although it's temporarily temporary, although that's true, it's going to be entertained for a little while, but it's going to be released after a while as well. So that means that this is not the finality. In other words, this life, this dream, is not the end. The end of the dream is going to be another beginning. So then the fear of death is dropped. There's no longer fear because it's already recognized that there is no death. There's no such thing as death. Just as there's no such thing as birth. Wow, how can you say that? How can a person say there is no birth and no death? Well, it apparently appears to be. Well, yeah. It apparently appears to be a person that's born, sure. And then apparently appears to be a person that dies. So was that their beginning and their end is when they died? Their beginning was when they were born, and then their story goes on, and then the end of the story is when they die, and that's it? Nothing else? No more? No. Not in a sense, that's what type of life that body led. But meanwhile, while it was leading that particular type of life, it also woke up and recognized that that's all that was. That was the life that it thought it was leading. It thought it was leading its own life. It thought it was living a life of its own, but that's all that was. It was just a story. So once that's recognized, then liberation is possible. It's there. Then you're recognizing it. Ah, okay. I can't remember when I was born. I could try and seize as many memories as this body of mine could possibly think of and go back as far as I can, remembering that I was in that cradle. I was in that pram. I can remember standing up at the edge and kind of jumping up and down. But that was so brief. It was just a brief, fleeting impulse of a thought. And that's all that these thoughts are. They're impulses in the mind, in the brain. They're impulses. Those impulses can be recaptured, revisited, relived. And that's how they're relived. They're relived by capturing that thought and replaying it again. You could just replay it as far as you could take a thought and then remember it. But notice you can't really quite put time back together again. In other words, that day, that 24-hour period of that day that went by, so many things and so many thoughts were entertained and so much time went by. And when you're thinking in terms of, well, what went by? Did time go by? How is time going by? Well, there's the past that was once the present, and I have yet to hit the future. That threefold principle of thinking of past, present, and future. See how we're trying to compartmentalize things and thoughts and ideas and put them into neat little boxes and form a structure. We're trying to form a structure to our lives. See, when I say that, that's all that means. No, there's just life, and there are descriptions, and those descriptors of life is past, present, and future, and that's breaking it down. Breaking what down? Breaking down the life of that individual, that story. That's all that's going to be happening there, is it's going to break down its story and put it into the past, because that's where the story is. What is the story now? And is the story the future? And the past of the story, I could speak of that because it already happened. Notice that conundrum, the paradox, that you can say, well, the past is back there now, or back somewhere else. And here's the present, here's the now that I'm cognizant of. And then there's a future that I know not about yet. The future has yet to be apprehended or reached. So the future is always unapproachable. We can't really approach the future until it becomes the present. And when it becomes the present, then that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the now and the present, and then that slips on to the past. And that's kind of linear. That's linear thinking. Linear thoughts, linear thinking in the future, the present, the past. Threefold principle. So that threefold principle of linear thought is just that. It's taking thoughts in space and time. Space and time has to do with those type of coordinates of the future, the present, and the past. And that comprises space and time. Here, there, out there, a little bit further on, and then maybe not so far back. And coordinates like that, longitude and latitudinal marks on a map. Those are places, placement, places. And so once we have a place, then we can place a thought on that particular area of space and time. That area of space and time as a place where there's that saying, there's a time and a place for everything. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
There's a time.
Seasons in the sun.
Yeah.
There's a time to be born, a time to die, time to cry, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Isn't that
I
something?
swear it's not too late.
Yeah, see, we could take all these ideas and put them kind of poetically. We could turn them into a song.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody's trying to get a message out or something.
Yeah, a message.
I don't know
is
where
trying
it's
to be
coming from,
conveyed.
but I swear there's one being broadcast.
Yeah, there's being thoughts that are being processed. There's songs being sung, songs being written. There's poetry being written. All of these things that we do. When I say we're doing, in a sense, that person is doing something.
Have you
When I
ever?
say it, yeah,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Have you ever been to a place that, like, just the place itself seems to have some sort of
Life to it, right?
yeah,
It seems to
it's
have a
like you walk
presence.
in there and it's like
It's a knowing. It's as though you know you've been there before.
yeah, and
And you're
there's
thinking in terms of, well, in the past, before, it already happened. But it's a funny feeling. It's almost like the deja vu experience. That's what the deja vu really is. A deja vu is an experience of being in a place that feels familiar, but you can't quite remember how or why it does. You just somehow know it. You get this sensibility of feeling, this looks familiar. This place, the way everything is set up, it appears familiar to me. And if you can't quite put your finger on it, maybe that's a thought that was entertained once before. A thought of a place. And a place is a thought. Now, see, here's where it's going to get kind of tricky here. Because can a place also be a thought? In a sense, it could, if you think about it. If you entertain a thought enough, a thought can become a place. How does a thought become a place? Well, I'm thinking of a place where there's furniture, there's scenery. There's furniture, there's scenery, there's a foreground, there's a middle ground, and there's a background. See, notice how things could be broken down that way. Past, present, future, foreground, middle ground, background. See, it's all interchangeable in a sense. That's why an idea, a thought can also be a place, because they're both interchangeable. those things are interchangeable. Those ideas and those thoughts are interchangeable. And you could do almost anything to that thought. How are we doing anything to a thought? Where we're applying our awareness to the thought. So we're taking a part of us, a part of our energy, and applying it to the thought. So if we're taking our energy and applying it to the thought, that is what causes a certain place to look more familiar to us. It looks more familiar because we're applying something familiar. Now, what is familiar to us? Familiarity has to do with a place revisited. So if a place is revisited, that means that, well, this place feels like I've been there before. And I don't know why. I can't quite figure out why I know that, but I just do know it. So that's what that means. That means it was a thought. The place was a thought. So if places are thoughts, then that means when we revisit a place, that was a thought about, an idea, a concept, because it's entertained in the mind. That which is entertained in the mind is a thought, it's a concept of a place. And a place, if you think about it, is just a different area of space and time. So there's space and time. Then we enter a thought into it. Then we place a thought, and that becomes a place. And that place can appear, it can apparently appear in one of innumerable ways. So if a place in space and time can be thought about in one of innumerable ways, then notice the interchangeability right there again. See, it just goes on and on and on. It's endless. It's like a link in a chain. It all coalesces. It's intertwined. It's all relative. So space and time is about relation to a space and a time. If that's the case, thinking is the same way. In other words, thinking can be applicable in the same similar way. Where a thought can be thought of in a particular way, just as a place can appear in a particular way. So if a place can appear in a particular way, it can also be thought about. So if we think about places in space and time, they're all interchangeable. And that apparently appears to be part of what this dream is comprised of. This dream is comprised of thoughts that are entertained and places that are revisited. A place that's revisited, and in space and time, if it happens in the past or if it's happening now, we're entertaining it, we're taking a thought and we're thinking about it right now. But we can't think of a thought in the future. We can't entertain that because it hasn't happened yet. What hasn't happened yet? See, it really gets quite intricate when you break it down that way. But the intricacies of thoughts and ideas are just that. It's just taking ideas and thoughts and breaking them down, and that's all that is. But is that all that life is about? Well, apparently it appears to be that way, doesn't it? apparently appears to be that life is all about thoughts that we entertain and we're thinking about, and there's a certain place that we think we need to be at a certain time of the day or night. That's kind of the structure. There has to be some type of a structure to people's lives, in a sense. Because if there's not, then what happens? Well, then the person just wanders about aimlessly. They don't know what to do next because they can't entertain the next thought. That's when a person kind of loses sensibility of reality. If you begin to lose sensibility of reality, what does that sound like? That sounds like
Insanity.
what happens with Alzheimer's, doesn't it? 'Cause then you start forgetting things. You start forgetting where you place your keys. Where you
I always
place
check the refrigerator because I heard that if you start putting, it sounds silly, but I heard that if you start putting your keys or things that you know, in places that you don't put them, like you start putting
normally.
your keys. Yeah, that's
You
a
don't normally put
sign
them
that
there.
you might have something off in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I haven't caught myself doing that yet, so I'm okay, I guess.
Do you
catch
have? You don't
yourself-
have Alzheimer's, do you?
No, I don't, because I haven't
Good.
caught myself doing anything like that. But if you catch yourself doing stuff like that, that might be a sign. But then again, that may just simply be a fluke as well. Could be
Yeah.
a fluke. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really worry too much about that.
If it keeps happening, maybe.
Yeah, if it continues happening, then maybe. But I think we'll be all right if we have a relatively sound mind. When I say that,
Yeah,
where
relative.
we-
Is
yeah,
relative.
relative,
Relative.
relative to relationships, yeah,
I'm just
relative
playing.
to how we associate ourselves with life and what's going on, what's happening. So whatever is happening, it's happening on its own. It's just incredible. It really is amazing how life just continues on the way it does.
You ever seen a golf ball when you like open it and just all those rubber bands start going
Yeah, they start flying
unraveling?
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, unraveling. Yeah. That's
It's
a good
kind of the
way
image.
of describing the mind.
Yeah.
The mind is like a golf ball that unravels.
All those.
But you never get to the center of the mind. You'll never get to the beginning of the center of it. It has a form to a certain extent. It takes on a form, in other words. The mind can appear and take on a form. And when it takes on a form, it takes on a certain form based on the frequency of energy that's applied to it. The frequency of energy that's applied to a thought is based on the utterance of words of speech, words, incantations, in other words. That's what an incantation is. Incantation is words thrown together. Words thrown together have a frequency, and that frequency carries with it certain types of constituents that create a place. It really does. Thoughts create spaces and places in space and time. That's incredible and it's amazing, but it really is what's going on. Because the mind, when it continues to think and process and ideas and thoughts, it is giving. It's giving this can, it's giving it energy. By us looking at the can, this can is everything canning. Isn't that crazy? This can is everything canning. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, that's how Jim
Yeah.
talks. If you ever listen to some of the things that Jim Newman says,
I didn't get it the first time, but the second time it made some clarity.
this
Yeah. Everything
is
canning.
everything canning. Wow.
That sounds so
Now
silly, but
that's deep, man.
it's deep, but it sounds like something. It is. It's a. I'm looking at it from two different perspectives. I hate to say
Yeah.
it. But,
Uh-huh.
you know,
That's crazy though.
it's like I know, but then I hear it. You know, it sounds funny.
No, what do you know there, William? What are you saying?
I know absolutely nothing. I keep coming to that reality.
Yeah, I know nothing. You know, in a sense, that's good to say that because it's true.
I
You
really
don't
don't.
know anything. No, nobody really knows
You want to
anything.
know how I realized that? I'll tell
Yeah.
you how I realized that. When I found out my brain lies to me. I can see
Yeah.
something and it ain't the fucking way it is. And it's like, so I've been lied to my whole life. This brain has been lying. You
It
know,
can.
it's like, so
It
it's
doesn't
easy.
do it on purpose. It doesn't do it on purpose. It just doesn't know what else to do. Sometimes the
bored.
mind doesn't know what else to do but tell a lie. That's sometimes it happens.
I heard someone say that I don't know how to describe it, but the awakening, okay, I tried to explain it so much I almost forgot what I was talking about. See?
That's okay.
Whatever. It's okay. We'll move on. I don't care.
Yeah, if you want to keep going, entertain that
Sometimes
thought,
I can't even grasp those thoughts fast enough for they're like,
yeah, before they disappear. And that's true. It really is like that. A thought can really be that way. A thought can be entertaining. You can hold on to it, and then you go to try to expand on it. But then before you try to expand, it leaves. Please. It's kind of surprising when that happens. It's amazing. It really is. It's quite incredible. When it happens to us.
Makes me feel like my brain is mushy.
No.
You know, but whatever.
Oh man, the mind. We can really entertain
Yes.
so much. So much content can be entertained. But see, that's what it is. The mind carries the content of the thoughts that it entertains. And the thoughts that it entertains creates places and spaces in space and time.
Yeah.
And then almost anything's possible. When you can take a thought, entertain it, and expand on it. Depending on what that's about. I mean, depending on what the thought carries. What does the thought carry? Thoughts
Energy.
carry images. Yeah, thoughts carry certain imagery. Yeah, images.
And I said energy, but we'll go with imagery. That's fine.
Yeah, imagery. Yeah, images, thoughts.
You want to? I can't
impulses.
remember what experiment it is, but it's that, and the observed particle. You know what I'm talking about? They say that
The double slit experiment. Double slit experiment.
The slit,
Double
yeah.
slit experiment. Two
And
slits
to me,
and shoot protons through it.
Yeah, and when it's observed, it doesn't behave the same as when it's not observed, or is it
That's
even there at
right.
all?
And it's the very act of
observing.
observation.
Yes.
It's the act
Isn't
of
that-
observation, and what does it do to what's happening there? It distorts it. It
Yeah.
does. So what it's doing is distorting what was meant to happen, but it won't happen until it is witnessed. Once it happens and it's witnessed, that's when it appears a particular way.
Mm.
So in a sense, that's what that experiment is kind of telling us there. It's kind
Yeah.
of teaching us that life will apparently appear a particular way, but it won't appear a particular way until we entertain it. And once we entertain it, then it appears.
Yes.
But there's a delay.
Yeah,
There's a few seconds delay there. And that delay is what we are. Remember I said that before.
you did.
I did. And that's what we are. We're that delay where we haven't made a decision yet. It could go this way, it could go that way. It could go either way, but it hasn't happened all the way yet.
Yes, yes,
But once
yes.
it happens all the way, then it occurred, then it happened. It's an event. It happened. Okay, so event happens. Okay, it happened a particular way, and the way that it behaved and the way it appeared was that particular way as it appeared, but it was still a distortion. And the reason why it was a distortion because it was observed, it was witnessed.
Yes.
So any idea, thought that's witnessed is really a distortion. And
I
why and
know.
how is it a
I heard
distortion?
that. I heard that.
Yeah.
I think today.
Uh-huh.
Anytime you try to do that, poof. There it is. Gone. Gone.
Right. So if you try to seize
Yeah.
thoughts, seize ideas, apprehend them, take the thought and idea, make it your own. No, you can't. Because thoughts are continuing to fleet and go on by because they can't wait to be passed.
So, Richard,
Yeah.
I've come up with a question.
All right. Oh, good. Yummy question. Yeah, I love questions. Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So this has to do with the idea that if I'm not the thinker or of the thoughts or the
Right.
maker of the thoughts. I'm not the
Yeah.
maker of the thoughts.
Uh-huh.
This is not the maker of the thoughts.
Yeah.
So why is it, it sounds silly, but why is it some people would seem more intelligent than? Why would their thoughts be more high-minded, so to speak, like a physicist? Why,
Yeah.
why do they get those thoughts? Don't tell me it's their story. I don't want to hear that.
But in a sense, that's still true, though. A
Yeah.
physicist is going to have certain thoughts that a physicist can only carry.
Yeah.
A physicist can carry thoughts of a physicist.
Yeah.
What kind of thoughts does a physicist carry? If they carry thoughts that are
Physical.
attributed to physics,
Yes.
because
That's
that's
their
the type
story.
of thought that a physicist has. Most likely, the type of thought that a physicist is going to hold on to is going to carry are thoughts about physics. And if that's the case, then that's what it's happening. That's what's happening there.
Yeah. Huh.
What is happening there with the physicist? The physicist is entertaining thoughts of physics. And what are thoughts of physics? Thoughts of physics are equations. There's certain equations and
Boxes
E
and
equals MC
boxes.
square, whatever. But you see, that's all that they are. Those are just equations. And they seem to have quite a bit of power.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them really do carry with them extreme amounts of power.
Oh wow. You know what?
Yeah.
A thought came to me that
Uh-huh.
maybe it's, but whatever. That I guess they have their so to speak, their veil, their filters will be different to see through, so to speak. Their visions of the world and what is I guess
What is
will be
possible.
different. Huh?
Whatever's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll just be, whatever.
Yes, different filters. That's true. Everybody has a certain amount of filters or a certain set of filters that it uses in order to process information. Now, yeah.
I was just getting the idea of whatever, of like a chess game,
Yeah.
like when there's two people and then you have the guy up here, and I've always noticed that it's different when you're looking above and as to where you're sitting,
Yeah, that's perspective. Yeah.
Yeah,
a
the
different
perspective. Isn't that just
Changes.
amazing
It
that
changes.
how your perspective is just so different?
Yeah, depending
It feels-
upon where you're coming from and looking at it.
Yeah.
You're looking at the chessboard at a certain angle or a certain perspective,
Yeah.
and you're only going to see what is visible from that perspective. That's all you're going to see, and that's all you have available to you. What's available in your perspective? What is visible? Well, whatever is visible is the degree of the perspective of how that's going to be envisioned. How you're going to envision what you're looking at, what you're perceiving. And that in a sense is a limitation. A limitation is perspective, because you're only going to be able to perceive it in a particular way. If you look on it straight on, head on, and you get a full view, you get a panoramic view when you look straight at it. But if you look at it from a different angle, some of the pieces are going to go missing because they're interfering, they're lining up. Sometimes the pieces could be lining up and then you don't really see the other piece behind the other one. There is one there, but you can't see it. That's how the perspective changes from there. But if you look at a chessboard on, straight on, head on, then you get the full view. You get the full view of all the pieces all at once. Then there's the kind of a structure there. Then you can deal and reckon with each piece and use it in the game. And that's part of the game when you're looking at it that way. But
I was had the other thought, like a therapist, like a couple when they go into a couples counseling thing,
Yeah.
they're both, a lot of times I think it's interesting that it sounds like people will be saying, at least in the experiences that I've experienced, whatever, that a lot of times they're saying the same thing, and it takes an outside person to like clear away their crap, so to speak, and show them that they're not as I don't know. It's like there's some sort of bridge of communication that, for some reason, I don't even know where I went with that. It's just all jumbled now. It doesn't matter. It's about perspective. That's all I remember. Now everything else is like, oh crap, so it don't matter.
all that the therapist is going to do with two people is try to get them to see eye to eye on things,
Yeah.
on pretty much what goes on day to day.
I don't remember what the relevance was anymore. That's the idea.
The relevance I'm going to try to surmise was that whatever reality that the individual was applying to itself is the type of reality that the therapist is going to try to match. They're going to try to match a type of reality that's similar. He's going to try to take all of the thoughts and ideas of each person and try to get them closely related as possible.
Sorry, the stupid cat.
That's okay.
Oh, jeez.
And so
Oh,
that's what the therapist is doing. The therapist is going to take the thoughts and ideas of each person and try to closely match them so that they coincide, depending on what that might be. So that's kind of, in a sense, what a therapist does. It tries to take thoughts and ideas that might be distorted, maybe too much to a certain degree, and bring them back into perspective to make sense.
Hmm.
And if those ideas and thoughts could be analyzed that way, once they're analyzed, then the therapist will take whatever's being entertained, what ideas and thoughts are being entertained, and break them all down, and then put them into perspective for each person to entertain that similar or in a same way or in a similar way. try to bring similarities closer to each other's, in a sense.
Yeah.
That's what a therapist may try to do in relationships. So a relationship constitutes two people that are not in full agreement, but are close enough into agreement with with relating to what is happening, whatever might be happening in their lives. So if a person's going to be sharing life with another person, then the life that is shared is going to come into agreement to some degree. We're going to agree to approach what is happening in our lives, and we're going to relate that to each other. We're going to, because we're approaching whatever is happening in our lives at the same time. So if we're approaching life at the same time, we're going to come at life in a similar way, but we're also going to have and choose. Now, here is where, do we have free will and choice? That's one thing we really don't have. A person thinks that they have free will and choice, but they really don't have it. It just creates a seeming ability of choice, whereby there's that delay again. If a person thinks of a choice and they're going to choose A or B, even before they choose A and B, there's a delay there before they finally make a decision to choose A or B. There's a 3-second delay or something like that. So in a sense, that's where we really don't have free will. It's just a will that's kind of borrowed, in a sense. A will that's borrowed. So a borrowed will is kind of the way that we deal with life every day, day in and day out. We're kind of giving our lives over. We're surrendering. We're yielding to however life's going to appear. It's better. It is more a more improved existence or a more improved life. Those that allow that to be, instead of fighting it, instead of going against the current and thinking in terms of, well, my life should be this particular way, and I'm going to try to do everything I can to make that happen. If that's the case, it's going to be a lot tougher to do that, though.
Oh, maybe. Sorry.
That's all right. Does he try to get the phone again? Wow.
It's tough.
He doesn't know what to do himself. I mean, you got to give him something to do.
Yeah.
He should do some kind of activity. And that's what activities that are important to a teenager these days, that phone.
Yeah.
What he does on the phone is an important activity to him. I guess that's kind of a social life he might live, and I have his friends that are on there, and then he can communicate with his friends that way. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. You're not making me feel any less like the bad guy.
No, but there are a lot of other ways to communicate and things to do.
Yeah.
Do a puzzle.
Unfortunately, he's just gonna have to experience it. I don't know what else to say, man. I've made a stand, and that's just it. It's mean. It's mean. They can hate me in the future.
No, just as long as he recognizes it won't always be that way.
Yeah. I'll try to talk to him about it. Right now, I'm kind of letting him stew in it. It just happened, so it feels like forever to him, but it hasn't been that long. A couple hours, maybe an hour.
Huh.
So I feel like what do I feel like? I'm joking. I don't know. I don't know if there's any way to feel, but if I feel anyway, it's that I just have to do this, at this moment.
Yeah.
So I usually go with whatever comes out of here. So right now, that's what it says. Nope. So that's what's happening. I don't have any, maybe I'll feel bad about it. I don't know. I mean, that happens too. It's like I'll be judged. Got a judge sits up there and goes over everything that happened and tells me where I fucked up.
Nah.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
think nobody can really fuck up anything, really, if you think about it. Nothing can be ruined
I know.
or messed up. It's just
the way it is,
the
right?
way that you think about it. Yeah. If a thought's going to be ruined, how can a thought be ruined?
No, I don't know.
A thought or an idea can't really be ruined. But you might make a different decision, perhaps. You might decide to go left instead of right. You might decide to go right instead of left.
You never know.
Direction, things like that. Does that really matter? Not necessarily, unless you know what the outcome might turn out to be. So then you look at probabilities. You try to look at more than one way to tackle an idea, perhaps, or a problem. Let's say you have a problem, and if that problem is problematic, why is it problematic? How is it a problem?
Yeah.
And so you look into it that way. You look into a problem and thinking, well, what's making this idea or thought become a problem? Well, it's going to become a problem if we react in a particular way.
Usually, huh?
Yeah, and that reaction is not conducive to a positive outcome, perhaps. You want to try to get a positive outcome.
Yes.
Based on what you're trying to instill. Let's say you try to instill a certain discipline. And by instilling that discipline, you know that in the long run, that person would be better for it, because then maybe they'll appreciate more. Maybe they'll appreciate it and the use of something, but then they'll need to produce a positive outcome somewhere in order to allow that to continue on. If you want to do certain things in life, well, you got to give in order to receive. So what are you going to give in order to receive that? Well, I'm going to give it 100%. I'm going to do the best I can so that the outcome is a positive one. So we think of positive outcomes and negative outcomes and things like that, but everything doesn't have to be considered to that extent, to that degree. Some things are pretty much basic and simple than most others, depending on what that might be.
Damn, my peace was ruined.
But
I'm all up in here now, man. It's like I can't get out of there.
That's okay. But a neutrality, just being neutral to everything is fine. I mean, is that the best way to be? Well, that's one of the best ways to be is simply neutral. Neutral to all things. So how can I be neutral to all things? Well, it doesn't have to be a particular way. That's what it is. It doesn't have to go to any extremes. It doesn't have to be this particular
About
way or that
me.
way.
It's
About
not about
anything.
me. I don't think it'll be as. I think if I could
No.
take me out of the equation, maybe
Well, you
it
can,
might
yeah.
be better.
Yeah,
Honestly,
me is not even part of the equation anyway, to begin with. Me
shit.
never did. Never was. Me, remember, me never was. Me is just supported by the content of a story. That's all that me will be. Me will be the energy you give it. You give the me the life that it has. You do. We do. We all give me's the life that they have. A me will not exist unless you allow it. And what do you allow? And how much do you allow? And to what degree do you allow that? You see, it's true. We do. We give the me the life that it has. A me will not have any life unless we give it life.
True.
And we give it life how? By entertaining thoughts and ideas. But once it's recognized that if you no longer entertain any thoughts or ideas at all to the me, then everything gets a lot more quiet up there. A lot more quiet. Then it becomes very, very peaceful, and it gets to the point of where it becomes bliss. It becomes bliss. And what is bliss? Bliss is just blissed out. Blissed out is just allowing anything to happen, and whatever will happen, and allowing that to be that way, however way it appears. So that's amazing right there. That in itself is incredible. How life will apparently appear however it appears.
Yes.
And that's it. And whatever we do with that will determine that type of existence that we may temporarily reckon with, or our life will unfold based on to what degree we give the life that's being led. The life that's being led is based on how much attention we may give the events that are going on, the events that are happening, the events that apparently appear to happen. Now, what kind of events could those be? Well, it all depends on the environment. Apparently, if the environment is a peaceful and quiet one, then that's more of what will continue to happen. Peacefulness. Yeah.
And everything's so quiet right now.
It
It's so
is.
quiet.
It is so quiet, and it's really peaceful. And
Did
if
you
you
notice that? Did you
Yeah.
notice how it was like
Uh-huh.
a stillness.
A stillness, yeah, like a smooth surface of a body of water
Yeah.
has no ripples and no waves, no lines, just like a glass, like a sheet of glass. If you let your mind be like a sheet of glass right there, that's it. That's kind of blissfulness right there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
It's visualized. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know who I was watching, but they said that, you know, something about when you keep speaking a certain way, that it reinforces, you know, certain ideas,
Yeah.
energies, probably, maybe.
Uh-huh. It does. The more you delve into this message of non-duality, the deeper, in a sense, because the mind is kind of intellectual. It likes to intellectualize things. The intellect
Yeah.
wants to be used. It wants to be activated. But when you don't give the intellect anything to draw upon, then it becomes very quiet. It becomes really quiet. And then the intellect is always observing, very closely observing. And that power of observation becomes sharper. And it's as though it's just waiting for that next shoe to drop, so to speak, or that next thing to happen. It's as though you could almost catch it. You can catch your intellect just waiting to pounce on a thought, the next thought or dream that comes up. So in a sense, a dream is like a group of thoughts, and a group of thoughts are the dream. And they can be entertained for a while. There's nothing wrong with that. That's, in a sense, keeping the mind busy, so to speak. Keeping the
Giving the
mind
monkey
busy.
something to play with.
Yeah, give it something to keep busy with. And
Yeah.
so you give it a few thoughts to entertain.
I
That's
heard
what you're
somebody,
doing.
I
Yeah.
heard somebody say that, I can't quote them, but it was said that they love their monkey, you know, they don't hate the monkey, you know, the
Yeah,
monkey mind, as a
yeah,
metaphor, you know, we're speaking metaphorically, the monkey,
right. Yeah,
that they love their monkey. And I thought, wow, that's an interesting thought, to
yeah,
actually care about the thing that seems to give us most, you know, it's like, stop, you know, I just want, just stop, you know, I want to get to this peaceful place. Not that I feel that way all the time. I'm just,
yeah,
you know, maybe
sure,
sometimes I might feel like that. But
sure.
yeah, you know, especially when it's, you know, but I don't know. And I feel like I have, or there is enough understanding to realize that, you know, this is just a moment, so to speak. You know, it's just a page in the book,
But
story.
what's incredible is that it seems endless. The moments that are going by, they seem like they're endless. Like they're going to keep going on and on. And in a sense, it is going to be this way. These moments in space and time are going to be endless. So what are you going to do with that? What are we going to do with these infinite moments that they take on finiteness once we entertain them,
Hmm.
but then that finiteness is temporary. And so if that's temporary, then what is not temporary? What is eternal? What is infinite? Well,
Good
that's not
question.
known. That's not known. Nobody really knows. No,
Yeah.
that's really unknowable.
I agree with
So that's-
that. That's why I
Yeah,
said it's a good question. But I don't know.
if that's unknowable and that's inconceivable, then it cannot be entertained. And if it cannot be entertained, then it won't be. So we'll leave that one alone. We'll leave the infinite alone and just deal with the finiteness of things.
I
Because
like
the
that.
finiteness of things, we can deal with that. We can deal with
Yeah.
finiteness, yeah.
Yes.
Because that apparently appears to be part of this dream, and it's part of this reality. And if that's the way it apparently appears to be, so be it. And that's what we'll continue to reckon with. We'll continue to formulate other thoughts and ideas, however, whenever and however they arise. And they may arise. A decision may arise based on some kind of activity that's going to be happening either to the body or around the body. It's always going to be you notice, a response to the body. A majority of decisions that are made are based on what the body needs, what the body wants.
Yes.
Whatever the body needs and body wants, that's normally
What the
what
body
life
get.
turns out to be. Life turns out to be that. Life turns out to be what the body needs and what the body wants.
Mm.
And that's temporarily the way it's going to be for time. For an indeterminate duration in space and time. When I say indeterminate, that means the moments that we live our lives and spend, and I say our lives, the lives of the body minds, of these me's, that's indeterminate. It's undetermined. We don't know how much time we have left. Nobody knows that. We can narrow it down based on lifestyle, things like that.
Yeah. Mhm.
But we really don't know how much time we have left. Now, is it important to recognize that there may be certain things or certain activities that we could be engaged in that would be advantageous or fruitful or positive towards this body mind, this action figure that we are for a time. And then you start recognizing, well, that's what life continues to simply be: maintaining, managing and maintaining the presence of the onness of the person that we apparently appear to be. So that person we apparently appear to be doesn't really require attention, but to a degree it does. Now, how much attention do we have to give the body mind in order to continue to help it operate? Well, we're noticing it's operating on its own. And how is it operating on its own? Well, its heart's beating, for one. That's an involuntary response. But what else other than the heart beating? The breathing of the air into its lungs, the inhaling and the exhaling. We don't give that much thought at all. And the heart beating, we don't give that much thought at all. So if that's the case, if that's true,
Heartbeat definitely less than breath.
yeah,
I think less about my heart than I do my breathing.
then you do the breathing.
Just because I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think about my appendix even less than my heart, so I don't know. Shit. I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, that's okay. I mean, that's all right. Whatever you notice.
Is this somebody up there that's a smart ass sometimes, you know?
No, that's
It's
okay. No, that's all right. Whatever you're noticing, that's what you're going to entertain.
It's humorous.
What are you giving noticeability to?
Do what?
Yeah. what is happening right now that you're giving noticeability to? You're giving something notice or recognition. What amount of recognition are you applying to what is happening right now?
Now?
Yeah. What is happening right now? And are you giving that any recognition? What is happening? What apparently appears to be happening right now?
I'd say I wasn't.
And
The awareness, or whatever you want to call it,
yeah,
whatever it's called, kind of goes off and on. You know, I don't know how else to say it.
yeah. So in a sense, we could simply say that it's standing by.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. It's standing by. It's waiting for
That's
the
a
next
really
thing to
good
happen.
way. Yeah, it's standing
It's
by.
waiting for the next thing to happen. Now, what does that mean? Well, the next event that may happen to us. Now, what do we mean by that, to us? Well, somebody could come to the front door out there outside, and some visitor that, yeah, or it could be somebody else. So you never know. You can't really predict that.
True.
When it happens, and then you deal with it.
My mother, though, this popped in my head. You said you don't know who's going to show up. She used to say if you drop a fork or a spoon or a knife, that meant company was showing up. So I don't know why.
Yeah, these little things that she comes up with, yeah. They seem to have some kind of a
another thing.
life of their own.
I want to tell you this. It's my mom. It's just things my mom said. She'd tell me, "Oh, my hand's itching, Billy. Means I'm gonna get some money." Or she'd say, "Oh, good, get some trouble coming." I can't remember which hand was which, but she'd tell me, and then she'd get so much. I told you, you never believe me.
Oh yeah, the itchy palm.
Yeah,
Right.
her itchy palm.
If the
What is
itchy
it?
left palm is giving out money, and the right one is receiving the money, I think.
Okay. Maybe that's why she always called it trouble.
Yeah, troubled
money,
hands.
that's trouble.
Yeah, idle hands are the devil's playground, so to speak. That's another one.
Oh yeah.
The devil's playground are
Yeah.
idle hands. So if you don't keep your hands busy, then they could get you into trouble, so to speak.
Shit.
It's
I better give
funny
this
how-
phone back.
It's funny how these sayings come
Hear
up.
me? I said I better give the phone back, right?
Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's a
how
double-edged
these
sword.
how these certain sayings came about. They came about based on what appeared to happen.
You hear about if your nose itches, means you're gonna hear some news or kiss a fool. If your ears are burning, you probably know that one, right? I mean, somebody's talking bad about you.
Yeah.
If you hear about, supposedly, if they're burning, you pinch them and say, "I send this back." And supposedly, if you do that and somebody's talking bad about you, they'll get a headache.
Good.
My ears don't burn, so I haven't been able to.
Good. If you could do that,
Try that
good.
out. Who's got a headache?
Get it back, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just rambling
No, that's okay. Yeah, that's interesting. These these sayings that we come up with.
You need one.
But there it is again. I think, therefore I am.
That's right.
That's a philosophy that was used for so long. But if you think about that, that's not really true. It really isn't, because if you think, who's doing the thinking? You're not the thinker. See? And if you're not the thinker, and the thought that's being thought about is not your thought, then what is it? It's just a thought. And the thinker is that which thinks about thoughts, but that's not you. You're not that which thinks. You're not that which smells, touches, hears, sees. All the five senses. The five sense modalities belong to what? The me, the I. It belongs to that person about the story. And the story that's going on. And the story that's going on is just a fictitious story. It's fictitious. All of it is fictitious. Why is it fictitious? Because it's finitely so. What is finitely so? Well, that which apparently appears to be going on seems to be happening. Well, it can't be infinitely so, because then that's unknowable. That's beyond the range of that which is knowable, and it's also beyond the range of anything else. Because infinity could be, well, infinity are probabilities that are endless probabilities. So if that's the case, let's stick with finiteness then. Let's get back to finiteness. So whatever is finitely so can be reckoned with. And when we say we think, therefore we are, no. We think, therefore we thought about the thought, but we're not the thinker of that thought. So you think, therefore you apparently appear to be.
They should use
That's more.
They should use the one that says the unexamined life is not worth living. That one's better than.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's another one. The unexamined life. Yeah.
Yeah. That one's better than whatever.
Yeah. I think, therefore I am.
Yeah, that one.
It's the unexamined life.
Yes, I like that one. Sounds better.
Yeah, if you're going to examine life, then examine it using the third person. Not a personal life, but an impersonal life.
And you know what's so funny about?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What's funny about that is when you say that, it reminds me of Paul talking about taking an inventory, through NA or AA 12 steps, and it's like self-examination, right? I mean, it's an inventory. It might not be the same exact thing, but it's there's a similarity between taking an inventory and examining. I mean, I guess it's the same thing, technically.
That's self-realization.
Yeah.
That is self-realization. That's what that is referring to. It's implying examining one's own life. Now, when we say one's own life, it's not really one's own life where they own the life. It's a life that's happening, or a life that does happen to an individual, but it's not to say that it's its own life. It's just life happening to that individual. Well, whatever type of life is happening to that individual is apparently appearing to happen. It's happening finitely. So if it's happening finitely, that means there's still possibilities there. Possibilities could be another one other than the one you've entertained. If you entertain a possibility of how that's going to turn out, or the outcome of your life, then you may still not recognize an additional possibility or probability. So if something's probable, then it could happen. It might happen. We might cause it to become part of our lives.
There's part of me that believes that, that if you put energy or thought, into something, that you can manifest, I manifest destiny, but, see, believe, achieve, those kind of things.
Yeah, whatever you believe you achieve. Well, that it's in a sense it's saying, well, if I have a belief in what I'm doing, if I have a belief in that, then I'm expecting a certain outcome of my life to happen. In other words, I'm expecting a certain outcome I'm expecting my life to turn out a certain way. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's okay. One way or the other is fine. I'm okay with that. So if you're okay with that, that's fine. But let's say your life turns out a particular way and then you're complaining and whinging about it. Now wasted energy. That's
True,
wasted
true.
energy complaining about a certain thing that might have happened to you. And then, I mean, where does that go? Where is that going to get you in the end? It doesn't really help. Doesn't help to complain about it. I just let it go.
It's
Let it go
true.
and move on to something else.
That's how I felt about with my back and pain, you know.
Yeah. If it's going to continue to persist, just somehow make that part of your life. You just figure out, well, this is going to be persistent and I can't really change how I'm going to feel, then you have to
I didn't
reckon with it somehow. You gotta just go with it somehow.
being
Yeah.
miserable didn't really seem like a choice or an
Yeah.
option. I mean, of course it would, but I don't know. What's the point of being miserable, really? I mean, I'm not in a state of constant bliss, that's for sure, but I would not consider myself to be a miserable. I don't feel miserable, you know,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't think. I mean, that would be a horrible feeling to feel miserable.
Yeah, it would. I think of the
I mean,
person that has Charlie horses throughout their body.
that would feel miserable.
Yeah.
It's
Charlie
like,
horses on all the muscles of their body. I heard that that's some kind of rare condition.
that's not like tendonitis, is it? Or wait, what do they call that?
Sort of like that, yeah. Where
Jesus.
all the muscles contract.
Hey, oh, isn't it like 5 a.m. where you're at?
It's 5:37, yeah,
It's
5:37.
in the morning. Well, you woke up early today, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I took a nap. Took a nap before because I knew he was gonna be here. So I just wanted to have a certain degree of energy, a certain amount of energy to be able to do this.
Nice, nice.
Be able to stay alert. Yeah.
I think we switched our time zones a little bit.
Yeah, I did that. Indeed. Yeah,
I was up at 5 and you was up at the other.
that's
Well, I
right.
usually wake up early anyway, but I don't know. Sometimes
Well,
I got.
see, you have the luxury of all this spare time.
I do. I
You
do.
know, you have the luxury of that, and I recognize that, and this is why we can do what we're doing now. We can do this, so may as well take advantage of these moments that we have and this lifestyle. Now I got to go back to work. The reason why I got to go back to work is that I have a 9 to 5 job, and that's just a job that I do, and I work from home. So I have the luxury of working from home right here. I mean, I've got the equipment right next to me. I have a laptop, yeah, a business laptop and a business monitor, another one, and another keyboard, another mouse right here, just all set up.
Do you
Yeah,
set a time? Like, do you say I'm gonna start
yeah.
my
It's a schedule. It's a
yeah,
work schedule. Yes, I do have a work schedule, and it continues on 4 weeks out.
nice.
My schedule's always 4 weeks out, and right now it's 9 a.m. to 5:30,
Oh,
and weekends off. Man, that's perfect.
yeah, it is. It's a good
That's a
one.
dream job, man.
Yeah, you got it. You got it good.
This is living, man. I'm telling you, this
Hey,
situation that I'm in. Yeah.
did you hear about Paul Hederman's retreat, or they're hoping to have a retreat in Italy? Did you hear about
Oh,
that
okay.
already? You're
No, I didn't.
closer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of. I've never been out of the United States, but it would be so fun to go to something like that.
Yeah, I would.
You know.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know. I think I don't know. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, I keep saying that, but yeah.
Yeah, when you say I don't know, there's not a knowing to what you were going to say. See,
Yes.
if you're saying that I don't know, well, that's true. In a sense, you really don't know what you're going to say next because that's exactly it.
Hasn't come up yet.
It's not a knowing. Yeah. But what you're going to say next maybe maybe that thought was a fleeting thought. You're going to say something, but then you thought, no, I don't have to entertain that. I'll let that go. And then maybe I'll wait for the next one to come around.
It was just about the trip. So the
That's
trip,
all right.
the
Yeah.
trip. It would be fun.
Yeah,
What's
sure
the
it would.
point?
Yeah, road trips are. Road trips can be fun. Yeah. I haven't taken one in years. Been many years since I've had a road trip. But having a road trip, you know, what has a road trip? Well, this body mind might have a road trip.
Yes, isn't that funny? Because you're saying that right now, and just reminds me of what Paul said. You're in Oklahoma, and you're gonna go to LA, and you're gonna find out you're already in LA. It's like
Yeah.
Paul, stop it. It's like shit. You don't need to. And all I can think of, because there's two like thoughts going there, and it's like I think what my brain tries to say, because sometimes it seems so esoteric what he's saying, but then the other part of me tries to put it into grounding, I guess would be a good word, is trying to ground it into understanding. But there's something in recovery that they say that, if you try to move away to stay sober, that basically it's not going to help because you are still there. So I tried to think of it like that, like you can't go to LA because you're miserable in Oklahoma, but you'll be happy in LA. But guess what? Once you get there, and he said something about like the party, oh, it's a great party, and then you showed up and it sucks, sort of thing. I can't remember exactly how I said that. Not you, but the you,
No,
the
I know.
me
Said
or
it that
whatever.
way. No,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. I showed up. I showed up and the party sucked.
Oh,
that
yeah.
sounds better. I like that.
I remember him saying that. Yeah.
Shit. So I don't know. That was just something.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Whatever comes up, just share it, and then we'll work on that and see what we come up with. That's okay.
It was funny today. He was given a lecture or whatever it is. A sad song. A sat song.
That's saying.
Sat saying. Dang it. It's close. Song saying. And it was just so funny because he's talking about how he locked himself out of the keys weren't brought, I should say. And so they couldn't open the door for the facility. And it was just funny because he's sitting on a bench and he made a kind of joke about it, being out there on a bench and being locked out. It was just a funny, moment or experience, or, at the time, how he was very giddy about it, I guess would be a good way to explain it, very jovial and
Yeah.
Sometimes he's a little hard for me to keep up. It's like I'll be going, whoa, okay, I think he might have lost his mind. And then pretty soon it's like, wait, I might get it. Yeah, that's what I find mostly is when I first started, it's like these word salad. Now, like I said, it's like, oh yeah, I get that. Yeah. It makes sense because like you're saying, the Pepsi can is whatever.
Oh yeah.
Everything
is canning.
Yes. Everything is canning.
Everything canning, yeah.
Everything canning. Everything peopling.
Yeah, everything Williaming.
Yeah, that happens, I guess.
Sure it does.
Well, right?
That's right. And there's a reality to that, it seems.
Yeah, why? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems as though there's a reality to it, and it is because we're mentioning it. The mere mention of something gives it life. It gives the now a life for a temporary time, temporary moment in space and time for now. We can entertain an idea, and we're giving it life by mentioning it. Just a mere mention of anything will give that life to it for a while, and then you just watch it dissolve, watch it dissipate and fall away, and it's gone. That's amazing. See, so speaking in terms of thoughts and ideas, those could be entertained for a time and then let go. But no thought is ever consistent. No idea or thought is ever consistent and continuous or continual.
Like a stream, you mean?
Yeah, like a stream.
Okay.
Streaming thoughts, streaming ideas, they're not really going to continue. The only thing that apparently appears to continue is the apparent appearance of this presence, or there's almost a kind of observer, a witnesser,
Mm-hmm.
but we can't quite grasp
Yes.
where that witnesser is located or where that observer is located.
Can I
That's
bring up
just
something?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's the observer, that I'm speaking about.
Yeah.
When I had my last surgery, when they took out that thing right there, that
Yeah.
lump, there's memories, but they're not from here. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Sure does.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're not clear at all and the guy told me, it's like once he goes, I gave you something and you're probably going to feel it. And I'm like, once he said you're going to feel it, it's like I started looking for the feeling, right, in my body,
Yeah.
the body.
Right.
And
yeah,
yeah.
I hear you.
And then I told him, I said, oh, I feel it. I said, all right. And I said, things are getting fuzzy. I said, or something like that, things are getting fuzzy. I said, I feel it. Things are getting fuzzy, probably is what was said. And I remember talking to this lady, and then he was telling me that I'm going to put you under in 3 different levels, or, he's going to put me deep down. And he goes,
Right.
I'm going to ask you to move. He's telling me this when he's rolling me in. And the last thing I remember seeing this woman's face, and she's pretty, and, poof, right? I don't remember anything. But then I was like, there's a part of me, I don't know whether I just brought it up or imagined I remembered it or what. I mean, that's a possibility if I'm going to be honest.
Mhm.
But there's this memory of moving, the body moving, and me being over there watching it happen.
Sure.
It's not a big thing, just watching this body get up and move over to a different table, but I wasn't with the body, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it's a fuzzy memory that could be a hallucination or whatever, but it's still there. It's still circulating, I guess. And it's an interesting thing because it's not the first time that, like, I think I told you that. Yeah, because we talked about it. You said you were
Out of body
7.
experiences.
Yeah, you were
out of
7, and I was 14 when I had mine, or
Yeah.
13, something. And you're talking about not having hands in that. It's like all those things are there's a familiarity to it that, and part of me thinks that's what, was my beginning of searching, so to speak, because it's like, I had to make sense of what happened. It's like, what was that?
The beginning of
could
the journey of speaking. Yeah.
How could this not be me? How did I see me? How can I see me?
No, that's it. The me doesn't see itself. It
Yeah,
can't.
exactly. So what the hell happened? That was the whole, like I was saying, that was just such a It
That was
started
the
me
that was the
looking.
observer. That was the observer or the witnesser. In other words, the essence of what you truly are is everywhere. And if you're everywhere, you're not in this particular place. That's what you were observing. You were observing the me that's that body, the body mind action figure.
Yeah.
You're observing the action figure go from one place to the next. And you, the observer, is what you are. But the observer, the witnesser, is everything. It's with,
Okay.
it's coalescing with absolutely everything, or the absolute. That's what that is. That witnesser, that observer, is the never-ending, timeless, boundless observer and witnesser. But it's constantly witnessing, constantly observing everything that's happening in the dream and everything that happens to that body mind action figure. All the thoughts it entertains, it carries it for a while. It carries those thoughts as well, but it lets them go. And that's what this apparently appears to be all about. Whatever is going on and happening to that me or that body mind action figure and that story, the next chapter in its story, whatever's going on, that's what apparently appears to happen. And
Is the observer just here for the ride or what?
the observer is simply observing what is apparently appearing to happen to the body mind, whatever goes on.
Apparently appearing to happen.
Apparently appearing to the body mind action figure, to that, to this body mind.
I know.
Well, yeah, whatever's going on to that, it's
Well, I
observing.
know
it,
it's funny.
witnessing that.
You want to know something funny, Richard? Is when
Yeah.
I first came across, the sad, whatever,
That
the
thing.
meeting,
Yeah,
the meetings. I don't know what else.
that's
I
okay.
feel like
So,
I'm
yeah.
butchering the word. It's like a.
No, that's all right.
Anyways, when you'd say the body mind action figure, that used to like get to me. It's like because I didn't
Yeah.
feel it, and I couldn't
Uh-huh.
relate to it. But
Not
now it's
yet.
like, yeah, I get it. Yeah,
You get it now. You get it now. See, there it is. Well, that's
Yeah.
it. That's it.
I can relate to what you're saying, and it makes
Yeah.
sense. Not like an
Definitely.
alien concept,
Right.
Yeah.
But there it is. Rest in that. Because if you recognize that you're not that, you're not this body mind action figure, you recognize that, that's it. You got the message. You really have it. You really got the message now. Now
See,
there's no way you could go back into believing that you are the body mind action figure anymore.
yeah.
You can't say that you have a life of your own anymore. You can't say, well, this is my life. I'm living my life. I know what I'm talking about. Things like that. You may say it again, but you don't mean it.
Yeah, so if I ever tell anybody I know what I'm talking about, that's the
You
first sign
might
I'm
say
full
it,
of
but
shit.
yeah, you might say it, but deep down
My
inside,
eyes
you really
brown
don't mean
now.
that.
No, I'm joking.
It's true. You really didn't mean that. If you're going to say it in the future now, past
Right.
now, or past this these satsangs. So that's what these satsangs are all about. Just recognizing that we're not the seer, the thinker, the smeller, the taster, the toucher.
Yeah.
We're not that.
It's so
We're
crazy.
just observing. We're just observing and witnessing what is going on to that which we're not. So that which we're not has a story to tell. That which we're not. We can study what we're not. Remember what Paul says. You can study what you're not, but you can't know what you are.
Right. You have to find out what you're not.
What you're not. And what you're
Yeah.
not is this body mind action figure and the story that it's leading, the story that it's telling to itself, or it's living out a story of some kind, a fictitious story. It's a
Wow.
dream. It's a dream, and that's what it's continuing to do. And once that dream's over, then what's next? We don't know. We don't know because that's part of infinity. It's an infinite occurrence. An infinite occurrence happens after the body mind no longer appears to be the body mind. It no longer appears, and then There's what's called death, but we don't know what that is. We can speculate. There's lots of speculation that goes on. There's the near-death experience. That's speculation. That's okay. That's all right, but that's as much as it's going to ever do. And it's going to try to come up with a duration of time. Well, I was down longer. I was anesthesia for a certain amount of time, and that was a long time. And they say that the body mind that has still electromagnetic energy in his brain, it means there's still thought waves going on.
Right.
Yeah, there's still impulses that are firing.
Richard, have you heard about, I watched something about, it's similar to what we're talking about, is, you know, people that have been in comas or partial, I can't remember, they call it a different state of a coma. There's like stages of comas.
Yeah, there
And
are.
this one kid, he woke up, I don't remember if he drowned or on his puke or something. I think he drowned on his puke or something. And his mother, the story that I was reading. Anyways, he said when he was in his coma, he said he could hear everything that was going on. He just couldn't move. I thought that was an interesting thing. And then this other gentleman who was a firefighter, he was in a coma for 10 years and he woke up and he was like, how long have I been gone? He could barely talk, and he's, you know, and it's how long have I been gone? And he recognized all these people, but his little son, he didn't recognize, well, because he wasn't a little kid, you know, he was 5 when he left, and he cried because all the time that went by. But for him, it was, he just woke back up, you know, he wasn't just like a minute.
So in a sense, what we could take from that story, that event, that episode that happened to that guy, we could take that to recognize that time going by is not really lost, but it's lost if the self cannot recognize it. Okay, if the self doesn't recognize a certain amount of time, it goes in a coma, and then it wakes up, and then it has all those years of life that it cannot recall. It's not a waste of time. It's not really a loss of time or a waste of time. It's just time that it had gone by.
Right.
And it wasn't lived. That's all.
Right.
That's all that really means. It means that time wasn't lived. Well, if it was lived, would it make a difference? We don't really know. It could. It might. It might not. In some way or another, in many different ways. And the ways are innumerable. The probabilities and anything that could have happened to them.
Yeah.
But we don't know. We won't know that.
That's the way it worked out.
Yeah. So if he simply woke up after so much time going by, well, that's just what the parent.
He did die though, like a week or two after that.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know if that was so much of the important part of the story, but you know, it was what happened to that person.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. I like that, what you said though about the.
But that's true. That's time that was not necessarily spent, but it's simply time that was not really missing. It just wasn't lived through.
Wasn't
lived through. That's all. That's all that's happening there. But living through the time, it's temporary anyway. I mean, so if you think about it, this body mind is kind of like being in a coma, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a sense, it's kind of like really being in a coma, because although time's going by, we can't really capture that time that's passed already. It already passed. It happened, and it happened in the past, and we can't bring it back, but we do have memory of it.
Right.
But we only can retain a certain percentage of that memory before it begins to gradually fade away.
Yes.
And how and why is it gradually fading away? Because new thoughts and ideas of the future are beginning to overlap the past. So the more and the longer that we live, the more that the past is overlapped.
Hmm.
Now, this overlap of the past actually reaches a point of where it will no longer overlap. And if it no longer overlaps, what is next? See, there's too many unknowns. The unknowns are what happens next. Nobody knows. Nobody really knows what's going to happen next. But of course, the body mind action figure is going to hope. It's going to carry hopes that, well, I hope there's something else. I hope we continue. I hope that there's some other kind of life that we exist upon and we live, experience.
Mhm.
And it might be, we don't really know. It's so difficult to tell. Could it be reincarnation all over again? Could it be where we start a new life and then we're living another life and then it's reincarnation all over again? But then that's been entertained, but that's only speculation again.
Yes.
We don't know if that's really true. But then there's life that provides us evidence that that may be possible, that that may have happened.
There's people that claim that, even scientific researchers. I was so surprised because I just watched something not too long ago about a surprise that a college actually had a research facility to investigate those sort of reincarnate people, that like children, they said, that claimed, very good documented cases that claimed to been someone before. And so
Like the
at least
airline pilot, like the pilots of
it was a pilot, a
that's
World
really a
War II,
memorable one, where it was a fighter, plane,
a World
fighter
War
jet
II.
that went down.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, and he crashed on a um, landing or something.
yeah, and they looked up
Yeah,
his name and they found out that he really
yeah,
was, and so
yeah,
that really kind of proved it right there. So
yeah,
what do you make of that? So
yeah. I don't know.
we can only think that maybe it happens to some, but not to everybody. Maybe it happens to it happened to that person.
But what you just said about how the past is filled in by the present or the future, is the kid said that he did that sort of just faded away as he grew. It just something that, like a distant memory, I guess.
Distant memory
Yeah. So it just keeps,
overlapped.
yeah,
So
it's
the
going.
overlap of past lives may be the same way.
Yeah. What about that?
That might be what's happening. We could have a memory, but we can't tell if it's a dream of a sleeping dream when
Yeah.
we slept, or is it really reality? Did it really happen? That's when it gets really tricky. And the believability is based on how much of the past can we retrieve, but we can only retrieve such a small percentage of it. Then there's hypnosis. When we're hypnotized, it's as though we can recall things that are not normally recollected or not
Mhm.
recalled, because that's in the subconscious mind. So the subconscious mind carries a lot more thoughts, a lot more experiences somehow than the conscious awakened state. So there's something to it, but we can't quite put our finger on it. So that may be part of what could be construed as the infinite then becoming knowable. Now, if there's part of what's going on in the infinite, but then it becomes partially knowable, then we wonder, well, what's to that? What does that mean? So we really can't be certain. The certainty principle is no longer applied. That doesn't really apply anywhere. If you think about it,
Yes.
certainty does not exist. There is no certainty to anything, really. Everything is uncertain. Everything apparently appears to be uncertain. And that goes for everything that goes on in our lives. Everything that happens is quite uncertain to us. So if that's the case, then we'll just continue going on as we have and just simply go based on what apparently appears to happen. And if we have memory of it, we do. If we don't, then we don't have memory of it. But that's not to say that we didn't live that life. Did we live that life? We may have lived it, and we might not. But it becomes a fleeting thought, and then it just fades. It is really interesting how that goes on, how that happens, where the past begins to fade away to the point of where we can no longer formulate a memory. We try to formulate that memory and try to put it together, but it just doesn't. It falls apart.
You know,
Can't quite
you're
put it
talking
together.
about,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Earlier you were talking about being born and, you know, your earliest memory and stuff. And of course, when you're speaking, my mind's doing its thing. So
Yeah.
when you're in my mind, when you were speaking, when there were anyways, when you were speaking, my mind was making pictures of memories of when I was a kid, and I remembered that I was in a crib, and my mother at the time is so funny because it was the 70s and she wore this wigs. I remember the wig. I remember being in bed. I remember getting hollered at for not going to bed. But like you said, I don't remember what I had. I don't remember that day. I don't remember any more instances than that little chunk of memory.
Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. The flash of memory. Yeah. Because that was an impulse that somehow crept in because it made some degree of impression upon the mind. And
I probably got
was
spanked.
well, that which leaves an impression on the mind.
It does.
It's kind of like a so-called imprint. It leaves an imprint on the mind, so that way it can recall it, depending upon what that might be, and it may be a shock to the body, a shock to the system. You can remember an accident that you had.
Yeah.
That can be remembered because it made an impression.
Oh boy.
It impressed the memory upon the recalling mind, or that part of the mind that recalls the past. It left an impression there. And since it left an impression there, that's the way we're able to recall it or recollect it, because it left an impression upon us. So that's how and why we're able to retrieve the memory to a certain degree of clarity. But that's it. Not full 24-hour episodes can we recall, but we recall moments.
Right.
Moments we can retrieve, and those moments turn into memories. Those memories are everlasting. You carry them with you for as long as you are around.
Is that the story then?
And that's the story. Yeah. The story of a life.
The story of
And
a life.
our life story,
like
and
that.
what we can recall. Yeah, that's it.
I like that. The story of a life. That's exactly fits perfectly.
Yeah, that does fit. And in a sense, that's what this message of non-duality is about. It's about recognizing that although we're not the body mind, and although that we can have memories of the past and lives that we lived, and even past lives for some of us, I don't know how that can happen, but it does. And when it does happen, that's maybe what's happening there. But that may not happen in every case.
Wow.
It may not happen for everyone. everybody may not go through that experience.
You know, what I heard is, it's just nobody knows because unless they've been there, I guess. But I heard that when we die in, the spirit world, that you're supposed to drink this water. When you drink this water, it's supposed to erase your memories of your previous lives. And I was told to not drink the water, to pretend to drink it by someone. And also, when you're in that state, don't get distracted by the cows or the dogs or the other things, because you will go there, basically. Just stay wherever. Just don't. I don't know where the fuck you're going, but don't go that way. Don't see a cow, keep going. Yeah. Don't focus there. I don't know. I always thought it was interesting. That's what I heard. For some reason, that those kind of unknowables, I guess, always intrigued me. But it's funny. It was probably after that dream that I had a dream I was thrown in a well. You're gonna drink, motherfucker. That's all I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Just a fun story, I guess.
No, I hear it. I hear the story that you're saying, and I have heard of similar things like that happening.
Have you? See, that's what I.
Yeah.
When you hear, maybe everybody's being lied to by the same person, but when there's things that just have I don't know, they seem to have a more validity, if someone else could say, yeah, I've heard that before. That's not so crazy. It's like, maybe there's some truth to things. I mean, we really don't know. It's speculation, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. We're speculating here.
Yeah.
And so it's all right to question everything. Question absolutely everything. That's fine.
Love the monkey. Love the monkey. You have a banana.
Yeah, monkey mind. That's fine.
I don't know what else to call it. It works.
That's okay. Yeah.
When I was introduced to, it was called awakenings, an awakening. I needed to become a conscious being. That was the goal. Was its goal.
Right.
To awaken and become an enlightened being.
Yeah.
And yeah, that kind of threw me.
You're already enlightened. You're already awakened.
Yes.
Just recognize it.
Right. That's
Just
what they say.
It.
And I guess that's the veil, right? It's like, oh my God, look what's going on. No.
Yeah. Yeah, the veil is the mind that's entertaining all kinds of ideas, all kinds of thoughts. That's what the veil is.
What's interesting is I remember I told you this last time, that I was listening to somebody and he was talking about how people are progressing. They're going to be in the now, right? He laughs about like it's a ridiculous thing, right? Okay, but he says you go with that. And it's like, okay, so I did. And from that, I found that there was a difference between here and memory. I mean, that might sound stupid to some people, but it was all one to me. This was all my mind. I see this, my mind. That's one thing, not two things. There was no seer, or there wasn't seeing and a seer. It was just all one thing, Yeah. And then I had this, when you said something, and I told you that in between being present, it's like I like to consider it, being present or in the awareness of this, and then going to memory, it was like this blackness, just not heavy, but I noticed that I wasn't there for a minute. It's like a switch went off that I never noticed ever before. Never noticed that. And then I was telling you that, and you go, oh, Well, you're that black, it's the in-between part that you want. Or you know, not want, I guess, looking for, because I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't fucking know. But whatever. But when you said that to me, it gave me the idea of overlooking. Here I am looking at these eyeballs. Where are you, me? You know, and then, well, you're not here and you're not here. And then, oh, I didn't even know there was someone else, somewhere else to look. You know, it's like
Oh yeah, there's plenty
there's
of places to look.
a spot, you know,
A
that,
360, yeah.
huh?
There's a 360 panoramic view of everything.
Yeah. You know, once you told me that that could be the spot basically or something, I don't know exactly how you said it, but it's like it got harder for me to see the in between, so to speak.
Yeah.
Before it was like, oh, bam, I'm seeing that shit all the time. Bam, bam, bam. Look, see, there was darkness. There was a transition between this and that. Did you, you know, and it's like, oh, really? That's something, we got to see that. And it's like, I didn't see it. You know, it's harder to see. Not that I can't see it, but it's harder to see now that I'm looking for it. I guess, would that be a right way?
Yeah.
I'm trying to see
Yeah,
it.
the more that you look for it, the less likely you are to see it. It's the looking that interferes. There's that distortion again. Remember, the seeking or the looking is what causes distortion. Remember, witnessing the proton go through the slit and then hit the wall.
Right.
By observing that, that's distorting it right there. It's going to cause it to appear that particular way that it witnesses. That wouldn't have happened had there been you there witnessing. If you're not going to witness it, it's not going to happen. And it won't happen unless you're there to witness it. So if you're anywhere to witness anything, if you're anywhere to witness anything, that's what apparently appears to happen. So you notice that wherever you place your attention,
Yes.
wherever you focus your attention upon whatever you focus it upon, you're creating a distortion of that reality right there and then anyway. So whatever you look at, whatever you gaze upon, whatever you look at, it's going to cause a distortion anyway, and it's going to create a story. It's going to create a story of whatever is witnessed, whatever appears, what apparently appears to happen, it creates another story.
Richard, can we take a quick pause? I need to use the restroom.
That's fine. That's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Oi. Oi.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right.
All right. Now we're going to resume. Okay, where do we leave off? Anyway.
Oh.
Well, I took advantage of the time you took a break. I took a break as well. So
Yes.
yeah.
It's good. I'm sort of surprised that nobody ever showed up to the meetings.
Oh yeah, people rarely do.
Why is that?
Because they have
Unknown? Are you not known to them or what?
well, yeah, that's one of the main reasons. I really don't place myself out there.
Yeah. Well, I got lucky then, huh? I mean, it's so funny because I was, huh? Yeah. I was totally like expecting to have like a lecture type thing, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, and I'm like, oh, hi. A little more, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. But I'd never really done the Zoom thing, so I didn't know how it worked.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
It's very basic. It's really easy to do, really.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have to pay service? Do you have to pay?
You
Huh?
could if you want. Yeah, you could pay a little bit at a time, depending on how much room you want. If you want to
Oh,
have more,
okay.
you want to have more than 100 people, you can pay like $11.99 a month. That's okay, and that's affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have up to
100.
500 participants. I rarely ever see it get that high.
I've never seen more than 40 something. I think like 27, 30. I mean, in the meetings. Yeah. Yeah.
Paul's room, we get up to 65. I've seen him hit 65.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
65, 70. I've seen Paul's rooms hit that high. I see
Gee.
Jim Newman has hit about 150, 170. Tony
Really?
hit
Wow.
about Tony Parsons hit almost 200. So
Wow.
yeah, there could be that many people. But it's amazing to keep the attention span for all of the participants to be there at the same time. That's very
That's something.
difficult. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very difficult to obtain that.
Yeah. Definitely not my calling.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. This is
Yeah.
good enough. Us two right here, this is good enough.
Yeah.
If it gets three or more, that becomes a crowd. Yeah. I think
Gonna
there's
have-
something. I think there's a loss when you keep cutting the pie, so to speak. When you keep adding on more and more and more, I think it thins things out.
I think it
Thins
might.
out. Yeah, in a sense, somehow. When I say it thins it out, it kind of um, doesn't cause the message to be distorted even further, but I think there could be a lot of distraction uh, with more than with two or more than two or three gather. I
Right.
think that could be a bit of a distraction. But I think we can keep it more an even keel if it's just us here, or
Yes.
even us and Emerson or one more.
Oh yeah, it'd be nice.
Three wouldn't be too bad either. About three, four or five or six, that's starting to kind of push it there. But I'd say about two or three is just right.
Yeah, because you can have a conversation at least, I mean,
Sure.
otherwise, I mean, I don't want to say I love him, but I like his meetings, Paul's meetings, and but I don't really have a lot of questions, to be honest. I don't, every time it's like sometimes like, man, I wish I had a question. I don't know what I want to know if I did. If I had one, what would I want to know?
What would
What's
you
there to
ask? Right.
know? Huh?
Yeah. What would you ask? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't shit really. What is there to ask? I don't know. So, I don't ask any questions, but uh there's still no I can't have a dialogue with him, because his time is sort of precious. You got these people all wanting something,
Yeah.
not something. Well, I guess everybody wants something. I guess that's a fair statement. Even if it's just like, conversation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then also with a more group of people, sometimes there's a feeling of more feelings, you get more, at least this person feels that way. It's like I self-conscious about shit. The mind starts to wander, start worrying about too much stuff. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's a sense of comfort. That's probably more what it is, just what you're comfortable with, right?
Well, yeah,
Because
whatever the mind entertains, it likes to keep itself busy that way. It's
yeah,
keeping itself busy by purposely doing that, purposely going over, lulling over things that have happened in the past, things like that. Really, none of it's really necessary. Absolutely none of those thoughts from that mind are necessary. None of them are. You just simply keep the mind as an open slate. Every day is exciting. Every day is new. Every day is renewed. After a sleep, you wake up. Man, it's exciting to live another day and to see what comes up, see what happens next. You get more of a sense of that the longer you live, and the more you think in terms of a non-dual nature, or this way. If you think about life living through us instead of us having our own lives to live,
Yes.
it's much more valuable that way, it seems. Because then then the excitement of what could possibly be that has yet to happen will happen. And then life becomes unexpected. A lot of things that happen in your life are unexpected, and when they do happen and you incorporate them for a while, and then you go with that, that's what happens next. Whatever is kind of a bit more persistent or is likely to repeat itself is something to kind of take stock in terms of everyday living. Something could be more important that comes up in the life that's being led, and the importance of that depends on the exposure, I suppose, or what the body mind is exposed to.
Getting hot. Hang on. Oh, I'm turning this thing up. Ugh. Not used to having the light on. I feel like it's bright in here.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, got hot. It got hot. That's what I was trying to talk, or it was, yeah. When I first got introduced to the work, you'd refer to the body as it, and you weren't allowed to say I unless it was truly coming from the spirit. That was the idea I was presented with. Not that I was in a school, but I was told about a school that that's how it worked. So when I was in my 20s, I thought that I needed a school. And then this whole, it all seems to be related. But yeah. So I thought that was interesting. You call it the body mind action figure, and they just called it it.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a fictitious character.
Yeah. Not a you.
Not a you, not a me. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just
not an I.
yeah. It's
Although
just,
I hear there's lots of eyes.
oh yeah. There's lots of me's, lots of I's, but and, you know, you hear some people say that there can only be one me, only one I. No, there's not even that.
Huh?
What was once construed as there could only be one me, one version of me.
Yeah.
In a sense, that's true, but at the same time, you're also not that as well.
Yes.
But that's really difficult for anybody to just go along with to begin with. It takes some time to get accustomed to this.
Then it would mean you basically don't have free will in a way. Like
Yeah, you don't.
You're just there for the ride. It's like
You're going along with life, whatever life has in store
Yeah.
for you. That's what you go with.
and you respond accordingly, or
Yeah,
however it goes.
that's right.
It
That's
sounds so
true.
stupid. Simply stupid.
No, that's the way it happens.
Do what you do.
No, it's really true.
I know, right?
Whatever happens, whatever unfolds. There's Ariana.
Oh,
Ariana Speaks.
yeah.
It's on there as well.
Is she on right now?
She's another non-duality speaker that's good.
Is she the blonde
Ariana-
chick? Is she the blonde
Ariana's
chick?
she's brown hair.
Oh.
Anna Brown is blonde.
I listened to one blonde girl, lady,
That's Anna.
woman.
That's
Whatever.
Anna Brown. That has to be Anna Brown. Yeah.
Very pretty. I thought that must have been hard to give up that. To feel like you're not that beautiful being, you know? I mean, maybe it's easier, maybe it's not. What do I know?
No, that's Anna. Yeah. That's Anna Brown. The other one's Ariana.
I'm trying. Let me see if
Ariana has a big nose.
Oh, I don't know if I know her. Let me see. Where do I have to go?
Ariana Speaks.
Ariana Speaks. Let's see. Trying to find the right. Okay, here it is. The right. What do they call those things? I'm not signing back.
Satsangs. Ariana Reflects. That's it.
My Google went off for some reason.
Put Ariana Reflects on
Okay,
there.
I'll use my phone.
That'll bring your page up.
Is she live now, or are you just talking about?
No, she's not live. It's just.
Oh, that chick.
Just
Ariana Reflects.
Reflects, yeah.
Okay.
She's got a big nose.
Oh yeah, her. Okay.
There
I
she
didn't
is.
really. I was listening to her, and I don't know. I wasn't feeling it at the moment. Yeah.
Another one is Anna Brown.
Anna
Brown. If you put Anna Brown in there,
Oh, that's it. Okay, let me try her.
she'll come up as well.
Anna Brown. Oh no, it said Anna Reflects. Is it the same person? Brown. Oh,
Yeah, I like the color.
is that her?
Yeah. No, that's not Anna Brown.
That's not her either then?
No. You gotta go
Oh, that says Ariana. Sorry.
You
What's
gotta
her
go
first-
through you gotta go through YouTube to get
That's all.
hers.
What's her name again?
Let me just check and see here.
Something Brown.
ANNA Brown.
Oh, Anna. Okay.
Wonderfully Nothing. That's it.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right.
Wonderfullynothing.com.
Wonderfully Nothing.
Wonderfullynothing.com.
Wonderfully Nothing.
.com is their website.
Okay. All right, friends. My name is Anna, and I'm an unorthodox, non-dualist speaker. That must be her.
That is. That's
Oh
the
yeah,
one.
that's the one I listened to. Her.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I'll think about it. You should read a book. I'm gonna figure out something you can do to. You can read a book or something when I decide, and then explain it to me. I think that's what's gonna happen. Or you don't get your phone.
How long of a book?
I haven't decided yet. Not a Harry Potter book. Probably one that about
Harry Potter book.
yeah. I want a full report. Detailed essay.
I'll tell you about a bunch of books right now.
No, I told you what's gonna be, and I'll give you the book tomorrow. or when I'm ready. What's the bread? Oh, I smell bread. Okay, honey. Look, you could be listening to this girl talk. She'll tell you stuff. She'll tell you nothing, actually. You don't get it.
Talk about,
A whole lot of nothing. That's a wonderfully nothing. Is what you get. I don't want to deal with that. Bye. I thought about making him come and sit here and listen, but that's probably more of a distraction. I like the idea of him having to read a book. I got one that, yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good for him. I just have to find it. I mean, I know its whereabouts. Let's see. Yeah, I watched Anna. She was talking about something about her chickens, and that's probably when I thought, "Oh my God, I like her. She's got chickens." And who else did I listen to? I've listened to. Oh, Walter, this Walter guy. He's pretty good. Walter something. Oh, let me see. I mean, I like his. Yeah. Okay, where is it? You know Michael Jeffries? Is that his name?
Yeah. Yeah.
He seems pretty good. Speaker.
Mhm.
I listened to Tim for the first time that I remember fully, like yesterday. Tim something. He didn't. I find it interesting that different styles, the satsang have, you know, the satsang will have a different atmosphere depending on the teacher.
Yeah, it will. Depending on the speaker.
I almost said the bad word.
No, that's all right.
You know, I don't want to say teacher, but it's so referred to so much as teaching and teacher. But
yeah,
you know, the speaker,
yeah,
or a speaker. I like that better. A speaker,
yeah,
non-dualist speaker.
yeah. They have different styles, different approaches.
Yeah, like Keith. You know that Keith Madden.
Oh, Keith. Oh, yeah, Keith Madden. Yeah.
No.
This is what just apparently appears to be happening. Yeah.
He's very. How I read him is, he's not somebody that's like a silly person, like
Yeah.
but he's not like not emotional either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like,
Uh-huh.
I'd say balanced.
Yeah.
He's very well a good balanced person, you know, that doesn't seem like, you know, too far into the spirit world, so to speak, and not, you know, he's like right in the good zone, you know.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
I love the spirit zone, so I'm not trying to down, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, he seems. That's what the way I would term it is, you know, because I don't know how else to term it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good one.
Yeah. And the first.
Paul Hederman uses humor.
Yes,
Paul
he
Hederman
laughs
uses
a
humor
lot.
in his. Yeah,
he laughs a lot, which I like. You know, I like to laugh too. I think people like to laugh. I hope. You know, if not, I don't know. We're definitely not on the same page.
Jim Newman has his moments. Jim Newman, he can laugh too. He has his moments. He laughs as well. Jim
was
Newman.
that? Who was? I want to call him a kid. I don't really know if he was a kid, but he was younger than me when I first got to the satsang. Sang. Damn it! I'm trying to work. It was Emerson's fellow, what did they call it? Nothing media?
Nothingness, yeah.
They did
Nothing
interviews.
media.
I don't even know
Yeah.
what. I just know that he was. I thought he was one of your, for lack of a better word, students. You know, I didn't realize
Yeah.
that he was part of like an interviewing kind of thing. And
Yeah.
that's what it feels like they do, is an interview type situation.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes, you know, like sometimes, ow, cat. Yeah. Yeah, I really like all of them. It's just sometimes, I don't know, it might sound weird, but it's like, I don't know if like, I don't want to say the message ain't right for me, but I'm not in the mood or the tone, or, you know what I mean? It's like I think that's what's different about live meetings. You know, when they're live, it's different. But when you go to a recording, there's a different, not that they're not valuable, I'm not saying that, but there's a difference. You know, it's like maybe it's all psychological. I tell myself that too. There's no time really, so you know. I mean, there's time, but depends on where you're talking about, I guess. The apparent appearance of time. Man, there's bread being made in this house.
Is
I
there?
smell bread. Yes. Just thought I'd share that with you. The scent of bread is waffling through the house. Waffling. Bread waffling. Are you going to play a video?
I
Looks like
suppose
you're
I could. I suppose I could, yeah.
I could, but I'd have to sign in. Bastards.
Okay.
Oh no. Just made it look, no, yeah, whatever. And I don't like it because I have to always put in my damn password every time. So it's just annoying because it's not like something I can remember. I mean, I want to remember. It's not like something I want to remember. Oh. Can I read you what I wrote?
Yeah.
I was feeling a little upset about my grandkid and stuff, what he did. So I was trying to be poetic, okay? It says, feelings of sadness that plague a mind, joy so close that it can't be seen, pain that will not pass, a peace so close it will not be felt. Fear rushes through, emptiness. And then everyone's like thinking, I don't know, are you okay, William? It's like, I didn't think it was that gloomy, but maybe the emptiness, I don't know. I thought emptiness was kind of a good thing, but
Yeah.
there's nothing there. You know, like, you know, when you're exhausted, there's sort of an emptiness. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, I don't think.
That's perfect. It's lovely of you to ask me.
Oh, well, you're
Well,
welcome.
no,
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That's lovely. Okay.
Andreas Mueller.
Yes.
That's another one. He's from Germany. Andreas Mueller.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I listened to him once too.
Yeah, Andreas. Yeah.
I wasn't really feeling that message. It wasn't what I wanted to hear that day. He was telling stuff. And he was very joyous about it though. And I thought, well, aren't you just something?
Yeah.
He took joy in like saying stuff I didn't want to hear. That's how it felt. I mean, of course it wasn't personal, but yes, where is it? I have to go to my histories. Michael and somebody. Andreas, that's what you said, right?
Yeah, Andreas Mueller, Muller, Mueller.
I've been listening to Alan Watts too today. You ever listen to him?
Yeah, I've heard him before. Yeah.
I was listening to a bunch of stuff. Something to the Upanishad, something like that. A history of all the crap I watched. Look at that. Yeah, the Upanishads, pure Vedic spirituality translation. I've never heard it before, so it's interesting.
Yeah, it's very similar to the modern non-dualism.
There's
Advice of
also
the
this
doctor. Yeah.
Swami guy that from New York. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Advaita Society. Yeah.
Yeah, I like him too. He's very.
Yeah.
I like his speaking. You know, I like how he. I like. I think listening to him gave me a little more grounding too on where the non-dualist came from, because to me it's sort of a, like I said, I was looking for something a little different, even though it's all seems to be relative. You know, it's like I thought there's going to be a conversation about body types. No, it's not about body types. But you know, that's what I
About
thought.
soul types. Yeah.
Yes. So it was interesting. Let's see. I think I'm getting close here. Can't even fucking pronounce some of this shit. Yeah, the Swami something. Can't even say his name. And then that Rupert or something like that. Rupert
Sheldrake.
Might be. It's Spira. I don't know how to say that.
Oh, Rupert Spira.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spira.
I watched this dialogue. I can't seem to find him. But I watched this dialogue between him and
Rupert Spira. Yeah.
yes, the Swami. Well, I know I watched him. It doesn't matter, I guess, if I can't find it. Well, there's that. Watch so much stuff. Keith Maiden, whatever. Keith again.
Sarva Priyananda.
Huh?
Sarva Priyananda.
Yes. Sarah.
Yeah, Sarva Priyananda. Sarva Priyananda. Yeah, Sarva Priyananda.
Well, I know I listened to him. He's in my list of people.
Jeff Foster. He must be that young kid you're talking about. Jeff Foster.
Jeff Foster. I don't know if I know him yet. Oh.
He's one of the younger ones.
Oh, In Search of the Miraculous. See, I was getting those two books mixed up, A Course in Miracles and The Search for the Miraculous.
Yeah.
Have you read the book, The Search for the Miraculous?
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, I looked into it.
Now this is way back. Wow. Yeah, that's when I was Beelzebub's tales to his grandchildren. Yeah. I can't seem to find it. I swear. Yeah, and the Neogram. I was so. That's the book I think I'm gonna have him read. The Psychology of Man. I think that's the small one. Which where is it?
So everything's already in. The movement, the shifting in the chair, the itch, the blinking of the eye, the light,
I'm trying
the
to
wall,
find him.
the floor, everything,
Everything flooring.
all of it.
Huh?
Is everything flooring?
Yes. Shit.
However it's showing up.
I thought I muted him. What happened? That's funny. I actually thought he was quiet. Then he goes, however. Oh, wait.
There are
It's
three simple
not
changes I
static.
tell all of
Oh
the
my
You
gosh.
can't grab it. And that's what the need is.
Okay. Now it wants me to sign in. I shouldn't have signed out. Whatever.
Naho Owada.
Who's that?
She's a Japanese non-dual speaker.
Oh, I think I might have tried to.
Naho Owada.
I think I tried to listen to her.
Yeah, she's funny.
I can't remember. Darn it. I'm not signing in again. That's bullshit. I'm just not gonna do it.
Naho Owada.
Let's see. Did it save my password? I copied my password into the browser, so yes, I am. I don't know what the fuck I opened my phone.
Yeah.
It says, "Oh, it's a stupid fucking thing that says to verify you're trying to sign in and shit," and then it's not like.
Yeah.
I guess I have to resend it. It's cuckoo. Sign in as William Lockwood. That work. I'm gonna put. Wait, it might be working now. Yeah, there it goes. Son of a bitch. Okay. Now. Oh, Nothing Media. That's where I have to go to find it.
Yeah, nothing media, nothing conference.
Yeah. That's where I find all the
Speakers.
non-dualists.
Yeah.
Nothing. Hello, my finger's in the wrong spot. There it is. Nothing meditation. I didn't know there was a nothing meditation. That's
Don Garland.
where's that?
That's another speaker, not Don Garland.
I see Ariana, Lisa
Mandy,
Lamont.
Mandy Ramsdale. Randy Ramsdell.
I don't know if I've listened to him. Already Everything with Neil. Who again?
Oh, I'll just read off a couple of names here.
Oh, okay.
Don Garland.
Don. I don't know if I've heard him yet. Oh, I finally found Mueller.
Yeah.
Have you listened to Fred Davis?
Yeah, Fred Davis. Yeah.
What about Dr. This guy seems interesting because he's a neuroscientist and a non-dualist.
Ah,
That sounds interesting. How like what a
That does.
story what he has.
uh-huh.
See, can I share that? How do I share that?
I don't know. Somehow I put
You're
that together.
kidding. And non-dualist interview. Oh wait, is there two people?
Seth
Let's see.
Kostek.
Turn this down a little bit. Wait, that turned you down. I don't know how to do it.
Is that time is a construct of thinking. This thought just came to me trying
look who's
to
in
get to
there.
timelessness through time.
Oh, I guess it is his
Emerson.
A bit
phone.
of
Yeah, Emerson. I guess he would be there. It's his,
Yeah.
his media.
now that you've
Yeah.
next question is sorry.
Share.
Where does thoughts
Let's
come
see.
from, and where does memories come from?
Where do thoughts and memories come from?
There's a couple ways you can answer that. And I'll
I
hit
wrote-
both the neuropsych and also just the kind of common
Hang
sense
on.
experience that people have. Well,
I'm gonna
there's
try
two
and copy
versions
this. Oh wait,
of
it says
common sense
copy.
because I think most people think they come up with their own thoughts. But the interesting thing, and I can do this right now as I'm talking with
No,
you,
I think I could do it.
I realize
Let's
that
see,
I don't even know what I'm going to say. Like I'm kind of just an observer, just like you. We're both kind of just sitting here listening to me, and we're both in the
Did
same
it
position.
share?
Like I wonder what he's going to say next. I don't really know. And the same thing happens when you
Set up.
talk.
Oh my
And anyone
gosh.
talks.
I don't know what the hell.
The same thing happens with thought. You know, it's a really
William
interesting
Lockwood screen
start
in his
examining
brain.
our thoughts, and because again, one of the major
I don't know
illusions that
what's-
we have as a species
I gotta stop this.
is we're under the assumption that we're controlling our thoughts. And then you get it.
We're under the assumption that we're controlling our thoughts.
Yeah.
Precisely.
What's his name? Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris. I can't. Dr. Chris in Nabir.
Yeah.
Did
Ira.
Huh?
Ira Shapetin. Ira Shapetin.
Who's that?
Another non-duality speaker.
Did you want to play him?
Ira Shapetin.
Ira.
Yeah, put in Ira and then put in Shepetin. Schepetin.
Gotta use my phone. Ira Shepperton.
No, Shapetin. Schepetin. Shapetin.
S what?
SCH
Uh-huh.
EP
EP or IP, I'm sorry.
EP
EP.
ETIN.
Yeah.
Shapetin.
Teacher Bagagita. I don't know.
Yeah, Bhagavad Gita.
It sounds so hard to say.
It is.
So let me begin with the traditional Vedantic Gita prayer. Guru Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat.
Do you think any of that's necessary? I'm not trying to.
Not really, but he does it anyway.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say it's bad. I'm just asking if it's a necessity.
Not
know,
necessarily, no.
Yeah. I mean, if it worked, I guess it's only necessary if the person deems it's necessary or what.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, that's something else. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's doctor
And
somebody.
to people, this actually
I'll
goes
listen to
back
him
to my
later.
neurosis when I was terrible.
Can you hear him when I'm playing him?
Oh, yeah, I hear him.
Neurotic, I had realized that
Let's go back then. I mean, if you don't want to hear him, that's fine.
Oh, that's fine.
As a complete, I've not read the book, so I just want to come in here fresh and ask him questions about non-duality and
I missed his
neuroscience.
book plug.
Chris, what is neuroscience?
the basic goal, well, it's changed a little bit recently. The original goal was to try to figure out how the mental functions take place in the brain. And so it was this big quest to map the brain and to figure out which part of the brain does what.
Wait.
And that actually,
I don't know how to get this one to play. You were talking about Ira.
Ira Shapetin, yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're going to begin here is
How do we play that one?
You get past all that.
Huh?
You can get past all that if you just go a little bit forward on it.
All right, let me try to find it on this TV thing, computer. I have to go to. I'm so fucking old. Okay, live. No, history. There we go. There it is.
So let me begin with the traditional Vedantic.
Have you met
Gita
this person in
prayer.
real life?
Nah,
No. You ever met Paul in real life?
Guru Vishnu,
No.
Guru
No.
Devo.
never met none of them.
Never met me in real life either.
Yeah.
Tasmai Sri.
Oh, this is good enough.
Yeah. Huh? He looks like.
Okay, so what we're going to begin here is a number of talks on a ancient text that is called sometimes it's called the Gita,
Vegeta.
sometimes it's called the Bhagavad Gita,
Baba.
and sometimes it's called the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So let me just say something about the name of the text. The real full name is Srimad Bhagavad Gita.
Mm.
Generally, we see it as Bhagavad Gita, and people often refer to it as Gita. The word Gita means song.
Oh.
The word Bhagavad is usually translated as Lord. So immediately it looks like the song of the Lord. And then that Srimad Bhagavad Gita means, Srimad means the Lord who is supreme. That supreme Lord, he has a song. This song came directly from the mouth of that supreme being. That's the idea. So let me say a few things about this. Usually when we, especially as youngsters, we get exposed to religion, and either we get exposed to the Torah, a religious text, and we're told that that text was revealed, the 5 books of Moses was revealed to him by God. So you could say that's also the Bhagavad Gita because it's a revealed text by God. He spoke it to Moses, and we have the Torah. If you're a Christian, then you may accept that God revealed the Torah or the Old Testament, but that he also revealed the New Testament. That's also part of the Bible, and it's the direct revealed word of God. We have another Abrahamic religion called Islam, and they have a text called the Quran. And the way they present it is that they have a prophet called Muhammad, and that God, speaking through the angel Gabriel, dictated the Quran directly to his prophet Muhammad. And Muhammad got this, and it became written down. And so that text is also directly from Allah, Yehovah, Allah, Bhagavan. So it looks like all of these texts are kind of like religious texts that require faith that it really came from God, and because of that, we should believe it. And because the Gita is being sung by Bhagavan, God, the Lord, it also should be believed. If we were to understand the Gita like that, we'd be making a big mistake. Because, in fact, the Gita is not a religious text. It's not a text that demands any faith. The idea that God revealed the Bible to Moses, or that God revealed the New Testament to his prophets, or that Jesus came down and spoke the word of God, or that Muhammad knew what God said and we have to believe it. It's nothing but a blind faith. It's a faith you have to live with and die with. The point I want to make here is that the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. It demands no faith. It's not blind faith. It's not a faith you have to live and die with. It's actually pointing out a truth that you don't have to accept because anyone said it, but because it's a fact that you, here and now in this life, you can realize the truth of it. And therefore, it's a philosophical text. It's a text pointing out the truth of something that applies to all of us equally. So in that sense, the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text that demands faith. It's nothing like the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Another point about the Bhagavad Gita is that the Gita, you see, when you ask a Jew, what is your text? Torah. Everything else, we have the book. We are the people of the book. The Christians, we have our New Testament. Jesus died for my sins and I'm saved by his blood.
Blood
The
sacrifice.
Quran. Allah has told us how to behave. You don't behave like that, you're going to somewhere. If you follow his word, you're going somewhere. These type of, they all had one book, and then everything else was commentary on that. But the Gita is not one book that this is the book. And so let me try to explain the place of the Bhagavad Gita in the history of Indian thought. Where does it fit? The reason I'm going through this is not to give everybody a headache, I hope, but to distinguish what this is. It's not theology, dogmatic theology, nor is it some kind of mysticism, hocus pocus, special magical things and colors and visions, other worlds. It has nothing to do with that either. Nor does it have anything to do with any type of mystical states that you have to get. In which case you don't know if it's true or not true or how to interpret those states. It has nothing to do with that. And this teaching, the Gita, is not the book. Let me try to explain to you the place of the Bhagavad Gita in the whole corpus of what's called Indian philosophical literature. The most ancient philosophical texts found in India. Most scholars, there's not much debate, place it 600 to 800 BC. This is the most ancient of all of what we have available. In fact, it predates Buddhism, any other Indian philosophy. And I was just recently researching, most scholars place the Torah 300 to 400, 450 BC. And so it's at least 300-400 years before that. So it's a very ancient thing. The fact that it's ancient doesn't give it any superiority. I'm not saying because it's the most ancient, it's the best.
I kind of thought of that.
In fact, the more ancient it is, the more suspect it could be.
Really?
Because what did they know back then? So I'm just making a fact. The most ancient philosophical texts in India are these Upanishads. And those texts is what's called Vedanta. Now, for those of you that attended the ancient wisdom teachings that we gave a couple of months back, I was pointing out that the universality, the universal application that those teachings, even though they were ancient, are as relevant today as they were back then, because the experience of the authors of those texts were human beings with the same capacities and experiences that we had. So that whatever experiences they were pointing out, those are available to us to see, is it true today what they were saying in the ancient times? So we took one of those Upanishads. It was called the Mandukya Upanishad, the shortest. And we went through it. I don't know how many classes we had. I think 5 classes. Usually it takes 6 months or a year to go through that tiny Upanishad. We did it in 5 classes.
Jeez.
And that Upanishad was teaching us that even though there are 3 states that are coming and going, waking, dream, and deep sleep, I am the witness, I'm the observer, unaffected by those states. That's what the teaching was. And all of you that listened to that, you may have said, oh, yeah, that's my experience. The waking comes and goes to me, just like my dream. And the waking does disappear, and the dream does disappear. These are facts of my experience. And I can realize that they all appear in me. They abide in me. They disappear in me. I'm unaffected by any of it. Some of you may have said, yeah, That's my experience.
Richard, if you want to interject, just say something and I'll pause it.
Oh, it's all right. Go ahead.
All right.
can recognize that. I am unborn, undying, unchanging, ever the same, not in time, not limited, always present, timeless presence, in which time appears in that presence, in which time disappears in that timeless presence, that's always present. An eternal now, in which there's no time. That's my nature. So that was kind of the essence of that teaching. But when the class was over, everybody said, oh, that's okay. But I would bet that everybody went back to their normal lives and not much benefit was there. We still feel I'm this body and I have a mind and I'm worried about this, I'm happy about this. And the regular life continued, even though we just spent 5 weeks studying and trying to recognize the fact that I am always present, that I can never think myself away, that whether anything appears or whether anything disappears, my nature is always pure, always free, always awake. I may have been able to recognize that fact, not a religious belief, not a hope, not a promise that when I die, I'll become that or go to that, but to see it as an eternal verity, as a fact, who I am, that my nature is not what I thought it to be. So that I won't get into, the point I wanted to make was, I'm skeptical that even though I tried my best to convey that teaching, whether there was much practical benefit to anybody out there, I would say probably not. We may have gotten some intellectual satisfaction about listening to it. And at the time of listening, we may even have felt a certain kind of ecstasy, because ecstasy, you get a moment where you can stand outside this little ego and be freed from its concerns and worries and hopes and fears and greed, the whole complex of this I. If for a moment we feel ecstasy, and it brings us a certain joy. But very quickly, once again, we're identified with the same thing. And it doesn't seem that there's much practical benefit. And now what am I going to do? I've already heard this teaching. I've heard that I'm that, but I can't get over the idea that I'm this.
I wanted to say that what he just said is a very familiar feeling. Now, you know how it's like, I know all that.
That's right.
Very, very good. Yeah.
So, what is the practical aspect of the Vedantic teaching? There's no practical aspect when I tell you, you are that. What's the practical? It's
Gotta laugh. I'm sorry. I gotta laugh at that one. Like, see, it all filters, or I don't know if it filters, but it seems like it all unfolds or whatever. You know, it's like, I don't know, a rhythm or something. You know, there's a certain rhythm. Some days it's there, some days it's not. But I think it's funny right now.
It's either you realize it or you can't realize it. If you realize it, there's nothing more to be done.
That's exactly that's exactly what I heard that already today. Nothing more to do.
I am that. Then not only is there nothing more to be done, there's not even the possibility of doing something. Because if I am that, that is the non-dual reality. Nothing takes place, no action, no time, no causality. So nothing can be done after that. Finished. But I consider myself, I'm still this. I've heard the teaching. So what is the practical? Yes, I've heard the highest teaching. You said the Mandukya was the highest teaching, the 3 states, but it didn't put an end to my suffering. And that's the whole reason I want to realize, study this, because ultimately, forget about philosophy, religion. I want to be happy. I want to be happy. I want to be free. I don't want to be limited. I don't want to have fear. Nobody has to teach us that. If I ask you today, what do you want? I want to be happy. If I see you next year, how you doing? What are you up to? I want to be happy. The things that you think make you happy may have changed over the years, but the basic drive to be happy, that's universal. We all want to be happy, peaceful.
Didn't we just hear the same thing, that everything just wants to be happy and peaceful on some, I don't even know, was it you that was saying? I swear we just heard that message.
Free, fearless. We're striving for that in all of our endeavors. Content. So, the Bhagavad Gita is the book that teaches the same thing that the Mandukya Upanishad teaches, that all the Upanishad teaches, is taught in the Bhagavad Gita. In fact, if you didn't want, you don't have to read any Upanishad, because the whole essence of the Upanishads, the whole teaching about the highest truth, the knowledge of the self, is in the Gita. That same Upanishadic teaching is in the Gita. So you don't need the Upanishads if you don't want to, because the essence of the Upanishad is in this text. The Upanishads are not religious texts, and the Gita is not a religious text. This knowledge of the self is the knowledge about a fact here and now. Self-knowledge is about something here and now that you can verify, that you can experience. If I tell you there's a heaven, you can't experience that now, you're gonna have to go there. But if I tell you fire is hot, then you can put your finger in and see, oh, he wasn't lying. Right here and now, you can verify the fact in your own experience. So the Bhagavad Gita teaches that highest truth, just like the Upanishads, but what's the difference? The Gita doesn't only teach the highest truth, but it teaches the practical life. How can we lead a life that will be conducive to realizing this truth? What are the practical, day-to-day way to live in this world that will take me towards that liberation as opposed to the way we normally live, which takes me away from that realization. That practice in Sanskrit is called sadhana. The spiritual practices, not only the highest truth, but those practices that we can undertake so that that truth that we've heard about, we can own it. We can make it our own, not just an intellectual idea that doesn't bring us any practical benefit. I've been studying Vedanta for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and I behave just like everybody else. Why is that? I've listened to so many YouTube, so many lectures, so many. What is the reason? So, according to the Gita, for those people who have heard this truth, but there's no practical benefit from it, it doesn't change anything, then there's need for spiritual practice. And so the Gita, unlike the Upanishad, not only teaches the highest truth, Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of the absolute, but what is the sadhana? And that's the unique part, because traditionally, the study of Vedanta is divided into 3 sets of literature. The most important is the Upanishad, because that teaches you are that. But it doesn't teach you much about what do you have to do to realize that. It just says you are that. But we hear that sentence and it doesn't make any sense. I'm not that, I'm this. I was born. I live in Woodstock. I'm getting old. What do you mean I'm that?
Somebody's
I'm
gonna say
this.
Jersey.
So we can't understand it. It doesn't make sense. There's a conflict between the I and the that. So in order to understand the truth of this, that I am that is not a wish or a hope or a future state. It doesn't say you will become that. It says you are that. Tat Tvamasi. So how to realize that? That's the Gita. The Gita is the Boy Scout handbook of spirituality. It's like a manual. It's the practical aspect for the person who wants to realize the truth. The Gita lays out the different spiritual practices on a graded scale so that it's kind of like a ladder with very different rungs right up to the highest practice. And depending on where you are, what your capacity is, because everyone's capacity is not the same. So we have to know what are the different practices that are taught, and then we have to honestly examine my own capacity. Where can I enter onto this ladder? If I have to start on the very bottom rung, then that's it. If I'm ready for the 3rd rung, then I'll start there. So once I know what are the different practices that are taught, we can decide what we're capable of doing, and that's where you begin. Because everybody doesn't have the same qualification. So the Gita is a universal text that teaches to every student regardless of their qualification. So this is the practical handbook. And
The Gita, right? That's what he said. The Gita is okay.
That's
what
right.
I hope to do
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Gita.
Did you read it?
Oh yeah.
I've never.
Is to go through the text in a pretty brief way, because the text contains 18 chapters. There are 700 verses, and if you read every verse and try to understand exactly what that is, you can see that it's a big study, and we're not going to do that. So what I'm going to try to do is to, let me say one more thing about the Gita. Even if you have no interest in liberation, enlightenment, I don't really care about that. I have a nice house. I have friends. I'm interested in, I have a book club and I like to go bowling on Wednesday. This is so, even if your attitude is like that, then to hear about the Gita merely is an intellectual growth in your, because I don't know how
Tired,
many of you
Richard?
people know this.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do you know what the
Okay.
most second read book in all of human literature is?
Harry Potter. No.
The Bhagavad Gita. More people have read this book than any other book except maybe for the Bible. This is what they say. I think most people have never read the Bible. But they say that's the most. And
Sold
the
Bible.
second most is the Gita. And if you go to the East, India, Bali, even places in Thailand, in Asia, the Bhagavad Gita is the most read book. So merely to be an educated person, merely to understand one of the great important books that have affected millions upon millions of people for generations, that in itself is an intellectual curiosity. What is this? Is it the same as the Bible? Is it some religious text that God is talking to Krishna and we should believe it because he's got, what is this? As an intellectual pursuit, to have some idea, if somebody said to you, have you ever read the Bhagavad Gita? It's the second most important text, most read text in the world. You'll at least be able to say, yeah, I have some idea what it is. And if only for that, you'll become more of a rounded person. This is a very important text in all of humanity. Of course, you can live without it. You can live your life without knowing about the Bible, just like you can live your life without knowing about the Bible. But an educated person, just to be educated, should know something about these things. So if that's your only curiosity, I'm going to try to share with you what is this Bhagavad Gita so that you understand for your own self, at least an intellectual appreciation. And as you listen, I think you may find that the text is subtle and profound and unique and very different than the other so-called religious texts of the Abrahamic religions. It's even different than Buddhism. It's different than mysticism. It's a very unique thing, and I'm going to share that with you. There's a very, if people read the Bhagavad Gita, by the way, Paul put up one, I have the same book here. I don't know if it's backwards on your screen.
It's not.
But Bhagavad Gita Bashia, it says. So this is the book that I recommend. It doesn't really matter. Any Bhagavad Gita will be fine. The point about it is that I just wanted to make sure I covered all of the points I wanted to say as an introduction. I think that's enough. I did this only to see if I could make it like motivated to want to know something about the Bhagavad Gita. And I think I can share something with you because I've been studying this text since I'm 19. So that's 52 years. I've been reading this text. I read it in Sanskrit. I read the commentaries in Sanskrit. I've read what everybody has said. There's so many different interpretations. So rather than you having to go through all of that rigmarole, I can share with you my take on it, and you can see whether this is of some interest. So,
Need to start?
let me begin with the Bhagavad Gita. When I said that the Bhagavad Gita is kind of like the Boy Scout manual, what are the practical things? It's a manual, almost like a car manual. If you want to fix a car, right, you get this manual with the car, and there's an index in the back. And in the index, suppose you want to fix the windshield wipers. You don't start from the beginning of the book. You look in the index, windshield 240, and you turn to that page. Well, the Bhagavad Gita is not a novel. It's not really a story that you start with chapter 1 and chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, and then at the 18th chapter, you've completed the novel. It's not a novel, it's a manual. And so really, in terms of practice, the Bhagavad Gita begins with the 16th chapter. Because this is the practical book. And in the 16th chapter, it begins with the most fundamental thing. Who's the one that can even read this book? And it goes into people that are cheaters, people that are jealous, people that are liars, people that are greedy, people that are filled with desires, insatiable desire. They're not qualified to understand this text. So in the very beginning, 16th chapter, not the first chapter, that's where you begin, because you can't even begin to understand the Gita as long as you have those qualities that prevent you from even understanding the most fundamental teachings of the Gita. So in fact, if we were going to do it in the proper way, we wouldn't start with chapter 1 and proceed. But that's exactly how I'm going to do it. I'm going to start with chapter 1 and proceed. But you should have in mind that from a practical point of view, we have to see where do we fit once we learn all the different practices from the lowest. There's a gradation of practices for different types of students. And we can see what we're capable of. And that's where we begin. maybe the second rung, maybe the fourth rung. Maybe we can't even get on the first step of the ladder. You can be honest with yourself, because you don't get a badge here. It's an inner examination to see what you have to be honest with yourself. I want to do this type of practice, but what am I capable of doing? That's where you begin.
Hang on. Did I stop it?
But
No.
the procedure we're going to do is we're going to proceed
I'm trying to figure out
as
if I
though
can
it
share
were-
the picture. I can't.
Yeah.
in
Try it
progression
again.
Huh?
and read through it like
Try it
this.
again.
But I'll keep bringing back what are the different practices and why this is harder than this one, and why this one is harder than this one.
Did that work?
And when we get
Yeah,
to
there you
chapter,
Okay, cool.
I believe it's 4, Krishna actually has a list of the highest, most difficult, but the most direct. If you can't do that, do this. If you can't do that, do this. If you can't do that, do this. And if you can't do that, then at least do this. There's a verse like that. And we'll take a look at that. And hopefully that will clarify things. The idea is when we're finished with this Gita, and it will be just a summary. And I won't be touching on all of the points or the most subtle points or the biggest discussion. Because if anything, it's just to motivate you to get a Gita and to begin reading it yourself. Because it's such an amazing text in the sense that you can almost open it up to any page, just like a Ouija board, and you read a line, and you read that line 20 times, but you open it up on a Monday morning, you read the same thing, and all of a sudden, a new meaning, a deeper meaning. You've read the same thing, but now you realize, why didn't I? It was so clear what that meant. Because as you continue the practice, the mind becomes more subtle, more introvert, more prepared. And so the things that you were not capable of understanding previously, you read the same line and it opens up new meaning. If anybody tells you, oh, I read the Bhagavad Gita, I know the Bhagavad Gita, you can be sure they don't know what they're talking about. Nobody knows the Bhagavad Gita. The only one who knows the Bhagavad Gita is your true self. Only yourself, that supreme being, knows the Bhagavad Gita perfectly. But no individual can ever know it. Krishna says, I am the creator of the Gita, and I'm the only knower of the Gita. If you want to know the Gita, you have to become the supreme. Then you'll know. Until then, the Gita will continue to, it's like an onion. You study it, a leaf, a shell comes off. Ah, but then you continue, oh, there's more to it, more to it. And you keep pulling off the shells because the profundity of the Gita is like an ocean. And I know it may sound like I'm some type of Hare Krishna Gita fanatic. But I'm going to show you that the Gita, there's no fanaticism in it. Nobody has to believe anything here. Everything should be challenged. Krishna says in the Gita, If you want to know this truth, Pratipattena Pratiprashnena Sevaya. Krishna says, you must question the teacher and the teaching. You're going to have doubts. This tradition is not like religion where you just accept it because it's the word of God. This tradition is you must question. All of your doubts have to be resolved. As long as there's doubts, you can't know the truth. So you must question. It's a questioning tradition. And if the teaching can't resolve your question, or if you don't feel satisfied with the answer, you reject it. If that satisfies you, fine. To me, that doesn't make sense. I can't accept that. That's the radical nature of this. That's why I say it's not religion. You can't question religion. It's the word of God. But even though this is the song of Bhagavan, Bhagavan here, God, the Lord, means your own self. The Lord in Vedanta is not some guy with a beard sitting in some golden paradise. The song of Bhagavan is your own song. You could sing this song. If you realized who you were, this same song would come out of your mouth. You could sing the Gita as clearly as the palm buried on the palm of your hand. The Gita would just come out. If you could take your stand in that witnessing consciousness, the true self, this whole Gita would flow out of you. Okay, so today I gave you an introduction. I'm going to begin by telling you the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Nobody has to read the first chapter. I don't even recommend it. I'll tell you what it is. First of all, you should know that there is an ancient historical text. It's called an Itihasa. You probably, some of you may have heard of this text. It's called the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata, it means the Great War. Scholars believe historically there really was this archaeological evidence that in ancient times, probably 400 BC, time of the Buddha, there was a war. And that war was called the Mahabharata, the Great War of India. And supposedly it was the greatest war in the history of all of India up to that time. That text, believe it or not, consists of 100,000 verses, the Mahabharata. You can never read it in a lifetime. It's like 5 encyclopedias. Well, in the 18th chapter of the Mahabharata, it's called the Vishnu Parva. There's one section, and in that section, in the Mahabharata, in that one section, this Bhagavad Gita is found. It's found inside a bigger text. And that's the context of this Gita. So let me just tell you a word about the Great War. In brief, there were two opposing clans. One was called the Pandavas, and these were 5 brothers who had inherited the kingdom. And then there was another group of people, they were called the Kauravas, that were also related to the previous king. And what happened was they had a dice game. And these Pandavas like to gamble. And they gambled, I won't get into the detail, they got deeper and deeper. And at one point, they said, all right, here's what, you put up the money, we have no money anymore. Here's the deal. If we lose this dice game, we're gonna go, even though it's our kingdom and we should inherit it, we're gonna go into the forest for 12 years and you guys can rule the kingdom.
Oh, jeez.
At the end of, if we lose, we go. But at the end of 12 years, then we come back and we'll take back our kingdom. So the Kauravas agreed. So they rolled the dice. Sure enough, the Pandavas lost. And men of their words, they went and lived in the forest. These were royal kings, and now they were living under trees and a very ascetic life, hard life in the forest. 12 years pass, they come back, they say, okay, we kept our word. We're gonna now take the kingdom back. The Kauravas says, BS. We're used to the kingdom, we're not giving it back. So a whole big brouhaha came. They wouldn't give it. And the Pandavas knew it was righteous, dharmic. The right thing was for them to get it. That was the deal. So they said, all right, we'll have to go to war. So this is the war. Now here was the deal. Just before the war starts, the head of the Kauravas and the head of the Pandavas, that's Arjuna, was the head of the Pandavas, and the head of the Kauravas said, who's gonna be on our side? So they all picked different people who were their side. And then there was one guy that they both wanted. And that was a person by the name of Krishna. So they both went to Krishna, and Krishna was laying on a bed. And the Kaurava guy went in first and got right into Krishna's face. And Arjuna went to the end of the bed and waited at Krishna's feet. So because the Kaurava was there, he looked at me and says, what do you want? Krishna asked the Kaurava. He says, I want all the weapons to make our army indefeatable. That's what I want from you, Krishna. And then he looked at the end and he saw by his feet Arjuna. And he said, Arjuna, what do you want? And Arjuna said, I want you on our side. Give them the weapons. We want on our side. So Krishna was very happy to hear this, and he says, okay, to the Kauravas, I'll give you all the weapons you need, and I'm going to be on Arjuna's side. And that was the arrangement. Now, the chapter begins. The war is starting. Arjuna is in the chariot. And you know who's his charioteer? Krishna. And they start to blow all of the horns and the kettles and the thing. They had a way of fighting in those days. You had to announce that the war was going to begin, and a big tumultuous roar takes place. And then, but just as this was happening, Arjuna says to Krishna, 1 second, Krishna, before we begin the battle, you take my chariot and place it in the middle. I want to see who are these people that are willing to shed their blood and shed our blood for the kingdom. You take me into the middle. So, being the good charioteer that he was, Krishna drives the chariot right into the middle where the two battle armies were arrayed. Now he brings it. Arjuna stands up. Arjuna was the greatest warrior of his time. He was the archer that nobody could defeat in any competition. He was the supreme archer. So he's got his famous bow. There was a name for it, beginning anyway. And he looks at the enemies. And who does he see there? He sees his teachers, the teachers that taught him how to do the bow, his gurus, his relatives, his grandparents, his nephews. They're all there. And he starts to think, if I have to kill all of these people to win the kingdom, if the kingdom is going to be won on their blood, I don't even think I want the kingdom. It's for these people that I want the kingdom. If I have to kill them for the kingdom, I'd rather they kill me. I don't know whether I should, which is better, I kill them or they kill me. He says, Krishna, my mouth is drying up. My hairs are standing on end. Am I going to kill them or are they going to kill me? You know, rather than kill them, I'd rather leave this battle right now and go adopt the life of a beggar. I don't want to be a king if I have to kill my gurus and my relatives. I'd rather beg for my food. I don't know what to do. If I get the kingdom, I may get some pleasure, but on the blood of my loved ones, Krishna, I'm confused. What is my duty? What should I do? I won't fight. I won't fight. And he takes his arrow and he throws it down, he sits down, and he becomes quiet. That's the first chapter. It's called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. The despondency of Arjuna. Now, I'm just going to say one thing about this whole setup here. It looks like the Bhagavad Gita is about some kind of war in the ancient past, and Arjuna, and he's with Krishna, the God, and he's asking God, and he doesn't, it's about a battle. What does it have to do with us? We got COVID. We got Trump. We're not in a war. This is why is this Gita relevant to us? How is this battle? So let me tell you what the real point of all of this is. It has nothing to do with a war. The Bhagavad Gita has nothing to do with a war. There are two things that are applying to Arjuna as a human being. One is this: he thinks, I am going to kill them, or they are going to kill me. That idea is called ignorance. It's called confusion. It's called delusion. In Sanskrit, it's called moha. He's deluded because he thinks he's the killer, or he thinks he's going to be killed. That's the delusion. And because of the delusion, the result is grieving. Delusion and grief. I'm the doer. I'm going to do it. There's going to be a result that I don't want. I'm grieving. Delusion and grief. The Bhagavad Gita, talking over the shoulder of Arjuna to every one of us, because every one of us has that same delusion. What? I am the doer. I'm going to do something. And because I'm a doer, it means I'm this. I'm this body, mind, and senses. That's how I become a doer. That's called delusion. We all have the same delusion as Arjuna. The teaching's not for Arjuna. It's for us. It's a universal teaching. It has nothing to do with a war. The very first verse of the first chapter starts like this. Dharmakshetre kurukshetre samavita yuyutsavava. Having gathered for war in this field of action. The Gita, this world, we're all in the field of action. This is the battlefield in which we're all engaged. Dharmakshetra, in which we can either live correctly or incorrectly. We can either be a cheat and a thief and a liar and a crook, or I can try to be honest and compassionate and ethics, the world of ethics, the world of action. That's why the battlefield is. It's an inner battle. It has nothing to do with the battle in India 5,000 years ago. This is a universal, we all have the same misconception that Arjuna had. I do. And because of that misconception, the grief. Once I'm a doer, that means I have a body. Once I have a body, I'm gonna die. If I'm this body, I'm gonna die. That's grief. If I have a body, I can do. But if I have a body, I'm gonna die. That's grief. Having a body is delusion. That's what the Gita is going to teach. Doing the result of that delusion is in unavoidable grief. Shoka, moha shoka. Grief and delusion. Delusion and grief. That's why the Gita is a universal teaching. We all have that same delusion that I am this and those are mine, my gurus, my teachers. I am this, I'm going to kill them. They're going to. So the whole Gita is to remove this delusion that I am this and the grief that calls. So the question is, if Arjuna, just like us, has this universal delusion, this ignorance, then the only solution is to remove that ignorance. And so the whole purpose of the Bhagavad Gita is to teach Arjuna, and using him as an excuse. It's not a teaching to Arjuna. This is a universe, I like to say, over the shoulder, we're in back of Arjuna listening to this. Because the teaching that's being addressed to Arjuna is applicable to all of us. It's a universal teaching. And what that teaching is begins in the second chapter, the 11th verse. So next class, I'm going to begin with the second chapter. The setup is we're all in ignorance and we're all grieving. And the teaching begins. Krishna says, because Arjuna said to him, I don't know what will bring me the greatest happiness. Even if I win the kingdom, I don't think I'll be happy. What will bring me true happiness, Krishna? I am your student. You teach me. If you get time, you can read this. In 2:8, 2:9, 2:10, he finally says, I give up. I don't know. What should I do? What will bring me the greatest good? And that teaching is the song of the Lord. What is that teaching? It's the essence of the Upanishads. And I'm going to try to unfold that to you over the course of the next classes. So it's now an hour and 5 minutes. We'll stop it here. And I didn't get into much philosophy here or anything, but if anyone has any questions at this point, please unmute yourself. It could be a comment, a question, and don't feel you have to say anything, because the questions either they'll get answered or they'll become more pressing and they'll become, but if anyone has a question or comment, now's the time.
I have a question. Iraji,
Yes.
Leon, you mentioned that Vedanta has 3 main literary texts, and you mentioned the Upanishads, the Gita, and then what was the third?
The third one is called the Brahma Sutras. I didn't want to mention that because the Upanishads is the highest teaching. The Bhagavad Gita is the practical sadhana. The Brahma Sutras is a unique text that if you want to know what is the meaning of the sentences of the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras is what we have to study. The Brahma Sutras takes the sentences of the different Upanishads and examines many different interpretations and then comes up with the final conclusions. It's a very, very difficult text. It's incomprehensible because there's sutras. You've heard of the Yoga Sutras? Sutra is like 2 or 3 words. You don't even know what the heck it means. So a sutra needs a commentary. And the greatest commentary to understand non-duality is Shankaracharya's. It's the oldest and the most important and the most sublime and the most difficult. You have to study it with a teacher. But generally, to be a real student of Vedanta, you must study the Upanishads, at least the Mandukya. To know the practical sadhana, the Bhagavad Gita, and then all of the doubts that we may have about the Upanishads, they get resolved by studying the Brahma Sutras. This is called the Prasthanatraya, the 3 approaches. The Upanishads, you just listen to it. It's called Shruti, that which has been heard. You listen, you get it. For those people who listen and they don't get it, Gita, there's a reason why they're not getting it. They're not qualified. The Gita is the practical way to get qualified so that you can experience, not merely intellectually know, but experience the truth that I am everything that I've been seeking. Freedom, peace, immortality, timelessness, fearlessness. I am that. The Gita is the practical. And then, if there's any doubts about this, those doubts, by studying the Brahma Sutras, it's kind of a reflection. They call it manana. Reflecting on the teaching to remove all the doubts, the Brahma Sutras. So really, a student of Vedanta studies the Upanishad, there's 10 of them. Mandukya is sufficient, but it doesn't mean you can't study the others. They all teach only one truth. The Gita, if you want to know the practical, if you want to realize this truth, and you've heard this teaching 1,000,000 times, you've heard Rupert Spira and Nisargadatta and Eckhart Tolle and everybody tell you, you are that. Nisargadatta says, I am that. You've heard it. But I don't feel like I'm infinitely happy. I don't feel like I'm immortal. I'm still afraid of dying. Why is that? Because you're not qualified. This is not for every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You can't buy a $5 ticket and go into a lecture and walk out in life. It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
So that's the third. Any other questions?
Yeah, Ira, this is Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about Krishna. For example, is he a real historical figure or more of a mythical character?
Krishna is neither a historical figure or a mythological character. Krishna is yourself. He says in the text, I am the self, Arjuna, in all being. That's Krishna. He's you. You are Krishna. The very word Krishna, it's interesting. It's made of 2 syllables, Krish and Na. Krish means the universe. Literally, it means the whole of the earth, but the whole of the universe is Krish. Na means not. Na is the same as English. That which is not of the universe, that witnessing self in you, in which the universe appears and disappears, that's Krishna. That's Krishna. He's you. He's not a mythological character. He's not a historical character. Krishna tells us in the Gita who he is, so we'll come to that. Krishna says, those fools who think that I'm this person here in the chariot, they don't know who I really am. This is in the Gita. I am the self of everyone. I am the taste in water. I am the moon shining upon the beloved. Krishna is not a person. Krishna is the absolute reality that has taken a form, seemingly. Reality never takes any form. But merely for the purpose of teaching, it looks like he's taking a form, and there's a person called Krishna, but that person is not Krishna. The real Krishna is you. That's how we have to understand it. It's not mythology, and it's not historical. It has to be understood that the absolute reality is talking through the mouth of Krishna. Because if you take your stand in that witnessing consciousness, you'll see that you will talk just like Krishna. It's the words of the absolute. And if you take it with that attitude, then there becomes a reverence for the text. Not because it was revealed by some God that we don't know, but because that Krishna is my own self. I'll get into it more deeply, who this Krishna is and how we should understand it. Any other questions? Okay, so I enjoyed this hour and 15 minutes. We don't want to overdo it.
Good.
We'll meet next Thursday, 7
Yes.
o'clock.
Yes.
Spend some time. If you don't even have to read the first chapter. Begin with the second chapter, the first verse, up to the 11th verse. That's where I'm going to begin next class. So all you have to do is just read those 10 verses, and then you'll be up to where I'm going to start next class.
Good.
Let me end this class with another chant. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vishishyate. That is fullness. This is fullness. From that fullness, this fullness came. Take this fullness away, and only fullness remains. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om.
Oh, that was interesting.
That was interesting, huh?
Yes, I like that. I'll have to listen to chapter 2 now.
Oh, yeah.
I find it funny. He goes, don't start on chapter 1, start on 16. I'm going to start on chapter 1. What? That's funny.
Yeah, he's a character.
Well, Richard, time's gone by pretty quick. I can't believe it, how fast it goes.
Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Who's with us?
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva.
That was weird. They said yes at the
Guru
same time.
Sakshat Parabrahma.
Did you hear that?
Tasmai Shri
Yeah.
Guruve Namaha.
Hang on, that was too funny. I'm like, who's in this? Who's here with us? That's funny. Well, you want to call it a night? Or a
Yeah,
day for
okay.
you?
Yep, that's fine.
Alrighty.
Wrap it up.
Yep. I'll see you again, or when you send when you got time for
Maybe.
another one,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah.
Maybe next weekend.
Sounds good.
All
I'll
righty.
be doing my YouTube and watching all that stuff.
Okay.
Maybe my brain will explode.
No. Seriously doubt that.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Take
You
care,
have a good
William.
night. All right, buddy.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Yep, thank you.
All right.